believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. And this is Wasteful Wednesday. Good evening. Yeah, we talk about government waste, excess spending, wasteful practices by Trump, now $1 trillion per year over budget. We talk about how I'm going to be introducing something brand new when I become president, an economic brake pad, a pay-as-we-go plan. The Democrats don't have this, and the Republicans would never consider this because they love to spend just like the Democrats. So we'll be talking about that tonight and, discussing things. We are also at Third Party. If you are tracking us on Periscope, welcome. We have a lot of people who want to catch us during the day. You can't reach us on any other network. Try Twitter. At Third Party is our designated location, and we've got the ability to communicate with you from that location. Periscope's pretty good, actually. It's got some nice qualities about it. I like the little heart that you can hit. Whenever you want to just express yourself, you can just hit the heart there. See? Isn't that cute? I love that. I love that little heart. Okay. Yeah, we have every reason to believe that there's ongoing problems with migrants still pressing on our border. And as you know, Trump just released 100,000 of them in the cities of Fort Worth, Texas, and various other areas. Yeah, Trump is catching and releasing because he never really planned on how to execute his zero tolerance plan. He didn't even have a plan. He just, I'm going to do zero tolerance and just make it happen. He doesn't think. He doesn't have any forethought. So now a whole new caravan, 1,000 Hondurans are gathering outside of San Pedro Sula early on Wednesday, ready to go. They're going to trek 2,485 miles to the U.S. border to look for a new life. Isn't that nice? They keep coming, and that's because the population is increasing rapidly. Now, not once did Trump defend the wall idea, which is really my idea. The 1,000-mile fence idea is my idea. Not once did he talk about the population growth in Mexico. He just talked about MS-13 gang members and how every Mexican was a rapist, blah, blah, blah. He made outrageous statements instead of just talking about the population growth. You see, South America, people are having children so often at 31% growth rate. Same with Mexico. But in America, Sarah and I aren't having kids. We could easily have kids. We don't want them because it's too much responsibility in this day and age. But there are plenty of people that are willing to feed their kids rice and beans and have them move into our country and take over our services. So this problem should have been articulated to Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats properly, but Trump never mentioned the population growth rate. It's absurd. You have to speak to their mind. You can't just speak to their emotions like Trump does. He stumps around looking for all kinds of reasons to, pass his ideas, but it lands on deaf ears with the Democrats listening to him. They're like gathering around the broken egg. They lost the Senate. They don't even have a leader, Nancy Pelosi, who's willing to actually impeach. She even said impeachment's a waste of time. And now William Barr, isn't that a cute picture? William Barr is turning on the Democrats like a jackal. And I believe William Barr has not only been doing the work of the Zionist elitist Russian oligarchs, but he is an interloper trying to stop any credible investigation from going forward. The 300-plus page file that Mueller submitted is more than enough evidence to start moving on toward impeachment. For him to decide that it didn't declare obstruction in the statements is not his place to do. Barr should have recused himself because he wrote a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking to never investigate obstruction. This would have automatically disqualified him as Attorney General if our democratically led House was thinking or even less asleep at the switch. William Barr needs to step down and recuse himself and probably disbar himself for the crimes he's committing right now, which is he's now using the apparatus of the Attorney General's office to attack the Democrats after we know for a fact that the Russians rigged the election in favor of Donald Trump. So he's turning his entire agency against the Democrats to try to go after anyone who spied on the Trump campaign. Well, guess what? The FBI, in the reveal that was done over the past few years, has revealed that they were spying on Donald Trump. They had a warrant to spy on him, an FBI warrant to gather outside the Trump Tower, but they weren't even spying on Trump. They were spying on Russian oligarchs money laundering at the Trump Tower Hotel. And I have to ask, do we have evidence that those Russian oligarchs paid for the hotel rooms? It's like $640 a night to stay in the Trump Hotel. If Donald Trump can't produce a receipt for those Russian oligarchs in 2013, then he was complicit in aiding and abetting money launderers. So the FBI needs to move on that while Barr tries to attack anybody who is spying on the Trump campaign. So we have people in the FBI that have got to be honest and step up and do the right thing and start pursuing this case against Barr too. Because at this point, if this man continues to work for Russia, he's going to disassemble our entire apparatus of oversight our government has. They want to go after the FBI and clean them out, wipe them out. The Republicans want blood, and the FBI did their job. All right, let's get into the chat room and see what you guys have to say over at iVlog. CBS News, Kardashian preparing to take the bar exam in 2022. Oh, okay. Great. They ought to call that BS News, Instead of CBS, it's just BS News. What are we trying to keep our mind off now? We're going to an article about
from Memphis, along with her daughter, Katina Scales. Good morning to both of you. I know this was your first night home in 21 years. How are you doing this morning?
I don't want to sidetrack here, but if Kim Kardashian wants to take the bar exam in 2022, you get cracking. You got 3 years to study. Maxed Out Credit has global news. Scandal hit tabloid National Enquirer put up for sale by parent company. So David Pecker, the guy who is responsible for silencing Karen McDougal, the CEO of National Enquirer, is facing some tough times. Let's see what he's going to do.
The attorney for the parent company for National Enquirer stopped short of revealing the source of the leaks. But one source close to Jeff Bezos' private investigators tells CBS News they've conducted multiple interviews with Michael Sanchez, the brother of Bezos' own girlfriend. They say Sanchez, a Trump supporter, discussed the matter with Roger Stone and Carter Page, two of Mr. Trump's staunchest defenders. Contacted by CBS News, a person close to Michael Sanchez dismissed allegations of his involvement as, quote, sloppy leaks and crazy conservative conspiracy theories.
If I was conducting an investigation, I'd be starting it with Ms. Sanchez.
Oh, come on. Jeff Bezos did an exhaustive search of where the leak came from and who had originally accessed the text documents. The brother of Sanchez, his girlfriend, was not the sole source of that. Jeff Bezos, we reported this a couple days ago, Jeff Bezos found out that Saudi Arabia was spying on him. Mr. Peach, hi. Howdy. Hey, if you guys are planning on attacking the show, you're wasting your time. I'm faster than you can even begin to hit the send button. Yeah, you're not going to be able to stop anybody in the show ever. I don't know why you guys try. Are you getting money to attack us? Alex Jones has gone on record. It admits that Sandy Hook is real. Now he says it's real. He says it. I guess he said he was mentally ill when he said Sandy Hook wasn't real. We have a lot of questions about this.
Recently, your lawyer said in a legal document, there is no dispute that the Sandy Hook tragedy was real with tragic loss of life. You stand by that. That's what you admit is true now. Yes.
Okay, so he's on record now denying that it was a false flag. We have a lot of questions, and my goal has always been to just continue with the questioning process regarding any event, regardless of whether you're passing judgment or not, whether it's a false flag or a real event. We still have questions, and we have every right to ask those questions. So I've constructed a pretty cool little description of what this is all about. We'll be doing more and more professional videos. I'll be doing videos describing the questions we have about a lot of these events. And I'm going to be submitting them to 153news.net as well. We have a new account there, so I'm going to be uploading to that account shortly. But this is what we're after, essentially.
The Media Verification Alliance is dedicated to open and transparent questioning of any event that has occurred in America and abroad. After 10 years of broadcasting against all odds, censorship, attacks, we have been able to create a Media Verification Alliance that will solve problems for the American people to decide what is true and what's fake. We will delve deep into all of the pictures, media that we can possibly see on the internet and come up with solid solutions for you. We are simply questioning everything that we see. We're seeking evidence. We're seeking predictable trends. And this is why your participation as a viewer is so important, because you can spread the word about America's third party. And you can begin to build the political backbone of this nation to stop the corrupt two-party system. There is ample evidence that a concerted effort is going on to propagandize and control the political views of the American people. Their primary goal is to disarm the American people and to lead us toward an imminent fate that they see is the only way out, a new world order. Well, we say no. I support the nation-state model, and I support everything this organization is trying to do. I'm David Sponheim, and I support this message.
I'm not David Bowie, by the way. I know a lot of you think that I look like David Bowie, but I'm not. Thanks, just so you know. So we've got a lot of work ahead of me. I'm going to be doing a lot of editing. I've got so many videos that I've accumulated over 10 years of broadcasting that really need to be pieced together in a coherent manner. And one of the problems with our broadcast is it's constant. It doesn't leave me any time for the editing bay. And I used to do a lot of video editing, and I'm going to jump back into it. When I discovered that I was being censored on YouTube about 9 years ago, our hit counter was locked down. I went from 20,000 hits a week down to 20. We have a subscriber count that's locked in place. We haven't grown in subscription numbers at all. We've had the same number since 2009, whereas Young Turks went from our number all the way up to 2 million subscribers. Because we know they've got support. They're shills. They're getting support from, no doubt, George Soros. The Young Turks are behind the Justice Democrats, which brought you the Beto O'Rourke and Ocasio-Cortez. So we're seeing these people trying to take over the Democratic Party with the help of George Soros. Meanwhile, I've been totally independent from the very beginning, and nobody's pulling my strings. And that's what you need. You need a guy who's completely untethered to any one particular private group. I want to be your representative. Let me add a little color to the back of this. You could say we're green. We're kind of a green party, and it's certainly not something I dislike. I don't want to bankrupt the American taxpayer to finance a new Green Deal, though. We've had real ideas to affect the country, unlike the pie in the sky concepts that's been happening with Ocasio. Now, John Kerry is giving an affirmation to Ocasio, claiming that, she's somehow got good ideas. John Kerry is a complete and utter shell of the New World Order. He'll never amount to anything but. You know that Sarah got into a conversation with John Kerry in a phone call that came in on building an infrastructure bank? We had an infrastructure bank. We know for a fact that YouTube is censoring people, Mr. Peach. We have eyewitness testimony from countless people that have moved over to 153news.net. Everything about verification is trying to strive toward to being verifiable. We're never going to have a perfect, guaranteed answer to any one thing. It's all about your perspective. You will all decide whether you believe something is true or fake. Don't ever let somebody tell you emphatically this is the truth, this is fake. It's all about putting ideas and answers out, questions and answers. No, they've got total control over the media, Mr. Peach. Yeah. They even pay people to attack us on this show. There's a lot of people that make money coming in and doxing us and attacking us on a daily basis. We got ahead of the control mechanisms that the New World Order has deployed. We received pretty credible threat recently from a group connected to the people at the top of the financial kingdom. And they said that if I didn't accept $300 million to stop doing the show, they would kill me. They also told me they're going to shut me down, and they have total control over me. They don't have anything. They don't control me, and I'll never get bought off. I won't take money to stop this. I don't care what money you throw in front of me. I don't have any tax returns, Eric. I don't make enough money to do that. I live on savings. Unlike Trump, I'm not in debt. I never had any debt past the age of 21. Well, yeah, the site owner is censoring us. Yeah, if you heard this through other people, you're probably getting the truth. But we're not just on that site. We also have our iBlog show. When new people are coming in every day trying to figure out what's going on here. I have all the early 90s conspiracy videos. Yeah, as many as I can find, like, well, obviously, there were a couple people. Schneider was one of them. He spoke out in the 80s, in fact, about what he thought were aliens. Now, I don't believe in aliens, but we have his videos, and he's very compelling. He believed that there were alien races that were taking over our country, and they've somehow embedded themselves underground and are replicating. Yeah, but I don't believe that. But, you know, we have his video. We can show you what he's talking about. Here's a guy who had a slice cut out through the middle of his body, telling people about aliens and how he had a war with aliens in 1977. I mean, how do you disbelieve it? Well, there's also William Cooper on the moon landing. Here's an example of a 1990s video.
listening to The Hour of the Time. I'm William Cooper. In 1/6 gravity, everything would weigh 1/6 or 16.7% of its Earth weight. In other words, a 180-pound...
One of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish.
And that guy really did have complete scar down the middle of his body. I mean, and he lost 2 fingers. So, I mean, he said, with all honesty, that he was telling the truth. The UK is nearly $2 trillion in debt. That's not bad. Yeah. I think you have to understand the UK is being played just like the United States is. The Bank of England could easily clear all of the UK's debt. The City of London could clear it. But I'm not here to talk about the UK's financial problems. The cancer industry is not looking for a cure. They're too busy making money. That's right. We would not separate families. We wouldn't have innocent children at the border. 4,500 kids who don't have their parents right now, and Trump won't even find their parents for 2 years. I never related to Coke. Yeah. Senate Democrats demand Bill Barr apologize and walk back his spying allegation. I'll talk about that in a second, Gateway Pundit, but yeah, this is serious. The cancer industry is a book that was written in the late 80s, or actually middle 70s, talking about how it was more beneficial for people not to get cured of cancer because there was more money in it. It may sound ridiculously cynical to some, but there are many who believe that cancer is too big a business, too lucrative to ever actually cure anyone. That's right. So this story continues to migrate forward. The cancer industry is probably the most prosperous business in the United States. In 2014, it estimated 1.6 million new cancer cases diagnosed and 585 cancer deaths in the U.S. $6 billion of taxpayer funds are cycled through various federal agencies every year. It is very lucrative, and so why would they want to find a cure for people who are dying of cancer? That's the big question. That's why we need a third party. Now this story about William Barr, and he's attacking the Democrats viciously, which I think is just like to cover himself, because he's clearly guilty of writing that 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein. I don't know why the Democrats aren't making a big issue in the news about this. Bill Barr actually tried to stop an investigation into Michael Flynn before we knew he was a Russian agent. So Bill Barr is not the final word on obstruction, I assure you. I don't believe we're anywhere near a civil war either. I don't think we're close to a civil war, but thanks for comparing notes. No, I have a fairly nice dentist that I call. The ladies are all very nice to me. Of course, you have to speak up for your rights. If you have a dental appointment, you got to fight for that. Don't ever get talked into having tooth extractions. Always get a second opinion. Don't fall for that. Oh, you go to a periodontist and they're going to take 5 teeth out because they're just not holding on. Don't believe that at all. You can save your teeth. There's lots of new ways to do it. All right, here we go. Senate Democrats demand will Bill Barr apologize and walk back his spying allegation. Well, good, Chuck. You better start playing offense, because Bill Barr is not going to step down unless you start calling him on his Russian collusion. He sent the Democrats and their stenographers and the media into a tailspin when he said Trump's 2016 campaign was spied on. I think spying did occur, Barr said. But the question is whether it was adequately predicted, and I'm not suggesting that it wasn't adequately predicted, but I need to explore that. I think it's my obligation. The FBI, like I said earlier, had Donald Trump's Trump Tower under investigation. I want to know if those Russian oligarchs that were money laundering at that location, which they found that they were money laundering, were getting free rooms. That's all I want to know. Because if they're getting free rooms, then Trump is involved in money laundering. It's that simple. And we can put the Bob Barr thing to rest by having him impeached due to the fact that he has contaminated the entire investigation. Yeah, we don't play into the trap of division. A third party is clearly a way out. And the idea of inclusion, where we talk about the left and the right, I don't know who you people are, but you're starting to understand that I obviously am the answer to your problems. Yeah. The centrist alliance was all about the idea of developing centrist politics. We reached out to political parties like the Reform Party and the Modern Whig Party and the Whig Party and the National Centrist Party, and they all joined initially to our centrist alliance, and then somebody wanted to create bylaws, and then we just disbanded the centrist alliance, but we're still in the centrist political realm, and we're still building that consensus. Yeah, Alex Jones is trying to describe things in a way that make it seem like he's opposition, when he's not. He's controlled opposition. Joining a gym and getting massive gains means every time you want to eat, you have to actually do sit-ups. If you replace eating with exercise, you will lose weight. Yeah, so we're not really facing a revolution of sorts. We're kind of facing an online revolution. That's the best way to describe what we're dealing with. It's an online revolution. The more people tune in and watch our show, even if on UHF, the more people that are aware of what's happening. And we're taking on all the big, dangerous companies. I'm not a person who takes money from Dow Chemical or Bayer or Monsanto, whatever, like Hillary is, and like other people in the Democratic Party are. I will go after those people who are poisoning it's just poisoning our planet terribly. We'll do everything we can to get a clean planet back, but we're not going to do it through the Democratic Republican Party. I believe that legalization of marijuana is essential. This plan is solid. Across the country, we're seeing 36 states move toward marijuana legalization, and more to come in a couple months. We're going to be seeing a couple things put on the ballot. They're going to have a marijuana legalization plan put together in New Jersey, Wisconsin, North Carolina. A lot of things are happening. And I kind of started this whole process. I was very early on in legalization. I was talking to Bud Green back in 1980, I think it was 88. Sometime he went on Wally George and talked about legalization back then. I've been pursuing this for a long time. New gun bill in New Zealand around assault rifles and military-style assault rifles passes third reading and is going to become a law in New Zealand. Now, bear in mind, it took 5 days for the people of New Zealand to decide they're going to get rid of assault weapons, based on scant evidence of anything. In fact, the video that they tried to suppress, which is still out there, of the New Zealand shooting, is filled with all kinds of CGI work, fakery. A lot of people have showed absolute proof that the guy who entered that building didn't kill anybody. We've been looking at those videos in the evening. We can't play them during our recorded broadcast because New Zealand has put a gag order on anybody playing them. Now, Kim Jong-un is now threatening again. He's saying that anybody levying sanctions against North Korea will be dealt a serious blow. Here we go again, the war of words between Kim Jong-un and Donald Trump. Things didn't work out in Hanoi, so this man is very upset that Russia promised him 900,000 bottles of vodka and he didn't get one. Lavrov set that second meeting up, It wasn't Trump's decision to meet. It was Lavrov, the minister of Russia, another example of how Trump is taking orders from Russia. And there was no plan to get rid of nuclear weapons. In fact, Putin had told Donald Trump that the story that North Korea had nuclear weapons was just not true. And Trump is on record saying he believed Putin was telling him the truth, that they don't have any new nuclear weapons. I'm serious. And then Trump says, well, why do we have to do nuclearization, whatever the big word you're using, denuclear, with the big word. Why do we have to do the big word? And apparently they didn't talk about denuclearization. And then Lavrov called the local authorities, said that the shipment of 900,000 bottles of vodka was being transferred. They seized the vodka, sent them back to Russia, and this guy got nothing. He got tricked into meeting Trump a second time. He's pissed. Yeah, Iran and Venezuela are not in any way supported by the IMF. They have no allies. Iraq didn't have 1.4 million troops. They would never have been a significant challenge. In fact, when Norman Schwarzkopf turned to George H.W. Bush, a new world order, 1,000 points of light, George H.W. Bush pulled the plug on his assault. He was going to go after every soldier that Iraq had and take them out. Why did he do that? Why did he tell Norman Schwarzkopf to stop? For the same token, why did MacArthur, General MacArthur, get his effort to continue on in North Korea? His plug was pulled too. Truman said, "No, you're coming home." General Douglas MacArthur actually was going to continue on into North Korea and on into China. But just like George H.W. Bush pulled a plug on Schwarzkopf, Truman pulled a plug on Douglas MacArthur. Yeah, he wanted to go all the way. And we wouldn't even be having this discussion about North Korea if MacArthur had his way. But Truman, the buck stops here. Well, it stopped there, all right. Hey, I'm not in favor of bombing and attacking people, and I certainly am glad that, in a way, that China wasn't attacked at that time, or North Korea wasn't attacked at that time, because what would we have to do with our time? We'd have, very little to talk about. So I want to thank Truman for pulling the plug, and George H.W. Bush as well. This way we have something to talk about, and nobody got hurt, except for 1 million people in Iraq because we invaded them. Yeah, let's not forget that. And the 6,000 soldiers that had died in Iraq and Afghanistan. What's going on here? Scientists released first ever photo of black hole. Well, I don't know about this, but this looks like a yellow hole to me. I'm going to say, that's a yellow hole, not a black hole. David, you seem like a violent person. Do you take karate? I do. I took karate. I studied it for years. I still do my kata to keep all my muscles intact. But I'm not violent. I made a dedicated decision not to be violent when I was a young boy. I had a very important face-off with my father. He told me, I had hit my cousin, and he said, "David, you can't do that. In fact, it takes a more courageous person to not fight back." And he taught me that lesson in life, and it really helped me. So I began to just see what it felt like to get hit. It was not too bad. I could take a lot of hits. I could be, beaten up. It wouldn't faze me that much. So I'm pretty tough that way. So you have to be willing to, get beaten up in order to be nonviolent. But if we had to defend ourselves against an attack, of course I'd use every amount of physical capability I would to disable the person and probably terminate the source of the attack. No. I don't want to pursue violence. I want everyone to know that this is a party of peace. We don't have any desire to be violent. And if you're espousing violence, you can't come in here. New York public health emergency over measles outbreak. Yeah, we heard that yesterday. You know that there's a significant amount of research showing that the measles vaccine is actually spreading measles. I had a doctor on testifying to that the other day. They don't really know if the vaccine is completely 100% safe in that regard. It can spread the measles virus. But they're going to make it illegal to not be to avoid vaccination. You're going to have to be vaccinated in New York City. And I'm not sure how they're going to check on that. Hi, Sarah. Yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to find out if people are vaccinated, but New York declares public health emergency over measles outbreak and is ordering forced vaccinations of all the children. All right. Okay, Sarah's going to take over for a bit. We got the cancer industry. I'm done with that link. Amazon listening to your Alexa. Amazon workers are listening to what you tell Alexa. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll look at that in just a bit. Thanks.
Okay. You can't take the vaccine because it contains a live virus. I mean, it does. It's supposed to be a smaller amount of the virus, or in order for your body to fight off this small amount. That's what the vaccine is about. I did not hear about the crash of the F-35 yesterday. Of course, that's because I choose to not listen to too much news. I'm sure it was all over the news. Like I said, I choose to not listen. The Japanese lost an F-35 on radar and it crashed into the sea. Well, better than landing in a foreign country. You wear earplugs when planes fly low over your shed. Yeah, I'm thinking of getting some noise canceling headphones. I should just have David wear those all the time. He has a pair. Yeah, why don't you wear your noise canceling headphones like all the time? At least when the jets are around. Yeah, I know. In some ways you say you get used to the noise. Have you had your hearing tested to see if you lost any hearing? You have lasers and sound weapons that disable missiles. Maybe, Vinyl, maybe. I had some pizza. I love pizza. I enjoy it a lot. Usually I just do pepperoni, but I like all kinds of toppings on there. Well, do I? I don't know. Maybe I don't. Maybe I prefer just pepperoni. Because sometimes when it's like too many toppings, I'm not that into it. I used to like pepperoni, jalapeno, and pineapple. Oh, and 1972 is like, pineapple on pizza is a no-no. And I was just saying that I liked pineapple. You saw spaghetti on a pizza? I haven't done that one. I don't know. It's like, I don't like to mix my carbs. So I don't like to have spaghetti. Like I wouldn't eat, just like I wouldn't eat rice and potatoes at the same time. I wouldn't want to eat spaghetti and pizza at the same time. But I have done a taco pizza. Those are pretty good. Maybe it is the nitrates if you don't like meat on a pizza. You just like it vegetarian or cheese. You've had extra cheese, broccoli, and walnuts with a red sauce? Hello, Maxwell Credit. With a red sauce or a different type of sauce, like maybe a balsamic glaze would be good. Broccoli and walnuts, huh? Yeah, I don't usually eat garlic bread with spaghetti, but sometimes. Yeah, that's true. That's weird. Yeah, I don't usually do it. I do like pesto pizza. Is that what they call poutine? I like pesto pizza, pesto sauce. What's on the menu for tomorrow's cooking show? I have no idea. I just come home and eat whatever is made. Yeah. David will tell you, I guess. Oh, poutine is curd, cheese, barbecue sauce, and French fries. Yeah, I've never tried that. I've heard that's popular up in Canada. I've never tried it. With the taco pizza, you start out with like a pizza dough, and then you put a layer of refried beans, a layer of salsa, and then cheese, and then your ground beef and onions, and maybe tomatoes. I prefer the tomatoes after. Cook it. Then the pizza comes out of the oven when the cheese is melted. And then you put on the tomatoes, then lettuce, chips, and sour cream. Okay. Hello, Frankie. Why, Vinyl? Oh, it's fine. I don't think he can. He doesn't close the door either. Okay. I will stop. You had your treatment today. You cannot eat too much, and I made you hungry. We could talk about clothes instead of food. Or books. I think that's the next thing I'm going to start sorting through. Well, no, she says books and then papers, but I feel like I need to do papers and then books. I have so many papers to go through. Who are you talking about, Captain Howdy? I say hello. Did I not say hi to you, Captain Howdy? Yeah, a shredder's good. Using a shredder. You're embarrassed how you stopped reading books since the 2000s? At least you haven't collected a whole stack of books since 2000s. I prefer listening to audiobooks. I do have some books, but I usually like borrow them from people so I can return them so it doesn't take up more room on my shelf. I was looking at a book today and I was like, do I buy this for David or not? It's like over 300 ways to survive anything. But I was thinking, I looked at it and I was like, well, some of it is interesting, but most of it's common sense. Oh, I'm sorry, Captain Howdy, that I did not see that. You can tell them hello. It's been freezing rain and snow all week. 108,000 people without power going on 3 days. Wow. You have power, I take it. It's dark behind you, but you have power. So it's like, are you running your computer on a generator? Yep. Yeah, I do that too. 101. You download books from the library. I download audiobooks from the library, which disappear from your device after the due date. I really like that. I'm glad you have power, thank God, yes. It was 96 degrees where you were. I like warm weather like that. Unless it's, was it humid where you were? I like warm, dry heat. Or I like dry heat. I don't like humid heat. David looks like Clint Eastwood, like a super healthy presidential candidate. And Cliff says 65 degrees in New York City. Yeah, it was pretty cold here today because it was like, I mean, when I say pretty cold, like 65, I guess. It was raining a lot. Listen to Bible verses using a free app on your phone, and you like listening to podcasts or an app. You think you downloaded the Amazon Audio app. Oh, it is humid. There was a breeze. Well, it's good to have a breeze if it's 96. It was windy yesterday here. Today it wasn't too windy, but it was definitely raining. So that means probably tomorrow will be windy. Because the rain always precedes the wind. You have a limited number of English books in libraries. There it was 5 degrees Celsius and a mix of snow and freezing rain. Wow. I think Captain Howdy lives in Florida. Mr. Peach is doing the temperature. 28 degrees Fahrenheit. Whoa. That's right now? In South Dakota? Oh, cold. You had to fix shingles on your roof today? They were trying to come off, and it was, oh, you had a breeze? It's not easy to fix shingles in a breeze. You don't live in Florida, okay. Spring does seem to be really late this year. The rain did not keep me from working in the garden today, though. I went out and I had part of my garden. I had this mallow plant, and I didn't like it. I grew up last year, and I don't like it in garden beds because even though it attracts butterflies, it's just really woodsy and it's just not very good. It's -8 degrees Celsius where you are tonight, man. I'll give you a picture of it. So anyway, it died, part of it died off from last year. And then the thing about the mallow is it doesn't like stay green. It's not evergreen, so it dies off each year and then springs back. And I was surprised how deep the root was. And mine was white. It's like that. And these people do close-up pictures. I want to do like... Mine was definitely not purple like they're showing here. Not here. They show these purple plants. Mine's more like this. Like this one right here. And see how like it's just marshmallow. Yeah, that's what it looks like, and it's just the stems get really woodsy, and it's a pretty flower, but not in a garden, like a typical garden. That's not the one I have. I have definitely that one. Not that one. Yes. No. I have this woodsy one. So anyway, I think I'm gonna put them more in like a woodsy area. That's where I'm gonna put that. Whoa, this is the snow where maxed out credit is. That's a lot of snow, man. It's supposed to be April. What? I think that Puxatawny Phil is completely opposite. He said it was going to be an early spring from what I remember. Yeah, well, let's see. That's a good question. It prefers partial sun. It can grow well in shade or full sun. It prefers a rich soil that will retain moisture. Direct sow in late summer or early fall. That's it. It's marshmallow. It's no more, of course, for the confectionery. It was used to soothe coughs, sore throats, indigestion, and a topical agent. Is anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, and wound healing. But it can grow to be like 3 feet tall. Seed life is 2 years. Perennial. Oh, every 2 years, I guess. Root, leaf, flower. A foot apart. They are. It's if starting in the spring, a 3 to 4 week period of stratification is recommended. I'm not even doing that. I'm really not doing seedlings. I'm just trying to transplant. That's good. Transplant outside mid to late spring. But the roots are like a foot and a half long. Sarah, about how much would you say you write a night on average? Depends on if I've worked that day. Probably a good 2 pages, maybe 3. I don't write too much. I write in my journal every week. Okay, 2 paragraphs. But actually during the week, I don't write that much. Oh, good. I'm listening to a book right now called When by Daniel Pink. And he says people go through this certain thing. And I guess for you probably, I take it, Misanthropy, that you work better at night. The marshmallow attracts butterflies, specifically painted lady butterflies. Yeah, I work better early in the morning. After sleeping all day, that's when my most productive time is early in the morning. And it's really interesting listening to this book. I think most people in here are probably night owls, where really they would call me a lark, a morning. Like I love to wake up early in the morning, and I feel so productive that time of day. I don't know if I have Red Admiralty butterflies over here. You like to read books on the Amazon Kindle? Yeah, that's when I mostly, the audiobooks when I'm driving, that's when I mostly do it. And then also because I used to be watching Netflix, so when I'm eating dinner, I usually listen to an audiobook. Or maybe I should just eat dinner. We have visitors that are out of sorts with the snow. Yeah, 3 feet tall. The roots have to be really big. Wow, moths and bugs, and they're like, whoa, wait, snow. You're listening to Moby Dick. I read that book. Actually, I never read it until this year. I had this like young classics or something like for kids. It was Moby Dick, and so I decided to finally read it this year. You own a book burning mobile? What is that? You go to people's places and burn their books? And Bangalitis, you don't want future generations to have the privilege of reading? What? Misanthropy can entertain himself much better than reading someone else's entertainment. Medical errors, the third leading cause of death in America. David will love that. True Blue. He will love that. You burn books for people. Oh, you burn evidence? Okay. It's kind of like shredding. I don't play an instrument. I have played... Yeah, that's cute. Oh, that's so cute. I have played like a keyboard before. I taught myself to play like piano, keyboard. Well, when I say, yeah, I taught myself, I bought a book about how to do it, and I did that. Wow, interesting cliff to chat. That was cute, maxed out credit. Yeah, I think I'll feel better when the temperature changes too. Today, I was like, so over spring break, I went through my clothing, and then I had gotten rid of a lot of stuff, and I did put away like my winter gloves and hats and scarves. Don't know where my red scarf went. Anyway, today when I looked at my clothes, I was like, no, I don't want to wear something that's spring yet. I still need I didn't put away my sweaters. I decided to wear my sweaters today. And that's one of those Marie Kondo things she says too. If you have room, just leave all of your clothing out all the time. Don't vacuum seal them. To treat them nicely. No, since pretty much the first day of spring, David's like, why run the heat? Wow, that's cool, Misanthropy. Then you're going to turn into like Asimov. It's like, if you knew you were going to pass away, what would you do? Type faster. I've got so many ideas I got to get out. You saw a guy with winter coat and wearing shorts. I used to do that in Southern California, but not in the snow. I wouldn't do that. Yes, we don't have air conditioning here, Mad Dog. But here, it doesn't get very warm. Like, it just doesn't get super hot temperatures. It's always pretty cool. Even though we're not in, like, shade. Because we're in a special place where you don't need air conditioning. In fact, many people buy cars up here without air conditioning. I think it's kind of weird. We do have air conditioning in our car. So we did, like, on very hot days last summer, we would just go for a drive in our car to use the air conditioning. I don't get it that Dave runs the air conditioning in the car like most of the time, and he says if he doesn't, it fogs up. I don't get that. But anyway. Oh, where Uri gets to 98 in the summer and it's very humid. Well, with the water, I'm sure it's very humid. Yeah, I'm north of Seattle. That's why it's pretty... it stays chilly. Oh, now I have to go look that up, Melkor. That's okay, Misanthropy. If you remember, then it's important, and if not, it's not that important. So I've been still getting rid of stuff, but when I get rid of stuff, instead of just throwing it all away, I'm like, ooh, I think this would be good here. This would be good here. I did read a little bit of Asimov when I was younger. Not all of his stuff. I think I preferred Bradbury. I'm looking it up. So I have to do... It's Legendarium. You've been talking about that book. I do like Tolkien. You have the Bradbury DVD collection. His books were really interesting. You have to run the air conditioning in your car to prevent seals in the compressor from drying out. But you don't have to run it. Do you have to run it in the winter? So it's a single book now by itself. It used to be not a single book. Yes, the 3 rules of Asimov's 3 rules of robots. Yeah, the Foundation series was pretty good. I read parts of that. Maybe, yeah, parts of it. No, I don't, Captain Howdy. It's strange. I kind of feel like I'm strange that I don't do that, but I don't, especially... Part of it is temperature because I'm like cold a lot. So I never feel hot enough to do that. And then part of it is comfort, even though I do have a beautiful body. It's, oh, Baron and Luthien is a story by itself. Okay. Okay, run the air conditioner at least once a month for 5 to 10 minutes. I don't do that in my car. I've never tested myself, Mad Dog. I probably would. Classical romance. I do like those things. Thanks, Mr. M. Peach. Oh, I get your name now. I like it. I had to say it out loud. M. Peach. A random wake up makes you go, You spend a lot of time on Reddit, I noticed. Stay away from negative people. They have a problem for every solution. They have a problem for every solution. Oh, that's hilarious. Your e-meter package. So funny. That's hilarious. No, I've never been to one of those, the Still Report. Are you selling your e-meter, Mad Dog? Is that yours? They have a problem for every solution. Yep, always hear the chef working. Conspiracy theory, a hypothesis that some covert but influential organization is responsible for a circumstance or event. Conspiracy, a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful. Theory, a supposition or a system of ideas intended to explain something. I don't want to do it yourself endoscopy. That's weird. I don't know, Frankie. You'll have to ask him that question. Hello, Shadow. Amber is well. She, ever since the time change, she's been meowing earlier in the morning.
We probably should get her some stronger CBD oil too. I think she certainly could use it.
Maybe in the summer.
Yeah. So, why some of my ideas won't work and why? Oh, okay. Yeah, and I agree. You guys should raise contention. I don't expect any of these ideas to function without criticism and attack.
Amber is quite old. We got her in 2003.
Yeah. She's 16 years old.
Yeah.
Amber is.
Human years. 16 human years. Did you check out Frankie's remasters?
Not yet. No, I was too tired last night. I'm going to do it tonight.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Dinner is ready. There's some tails on those little shrimp from Baja. So.
Okay. Thank you.
But I made you a ground sirloin too. Please don't keep reposting that. That's, yeah. If he's sending you death threats, you need to send that to Mark. Yeah. Mark wants to know about all the alleged death threats here. I guess. It's not my, I'm not going to ban Ticken unless you have proof of the connection to him and the death threats. Allison Mack admits to keeping a slave, pleads guilty to racketeering charges in the Nixivium case. Yeah, this it's not Nexium, it's Nixivium. Some announcer on the internet was saying it's Nexium. No, I think that's a shampoo. She says she was a member of a secret society founded by Keith Rainier. And she's apparently in a deep trance-like state, kind of like Patty Hearst. Yeah. I remember when Patty Hearst was victimized by the Symbionese Liberation Army and Daniel DeFreeze, and kind of like the same group of people, Keith Rainier and the Seagram's heiress to the entire Seagram's fortune. Makes you really want to think about, where people go with their lives. It's like, what led her to this dark place? Now she'll be serving jail time. I got that. Hello. No, Tyler, we don't take calls from you anymore. Not after you're mistakenly used a bad word on our show. The Smallville actress implicated pled guilty to 1 count of racketeering and 1 count of racketeering conspiracy at a Brooklyn federal court Monday. So we'll see what her charges are. I wonder if she's going to have her tattoo removed. I'm not talking about the black hole crap. That we saw this thing in the sky. It's supposed to be a black hole. That's ridiculous. I don't buy it. Here it is. Let's take a look. The first ever photo of a black hole. Wow. Yeah, we don't take calls from you either. Firstly, this is amazing. How are we supposed to assume this is real? U.S. global network of telescopes used to see the unseeable. An international scientific team announced a milestone in astrophysics, the first ever photo of a black hole. An achievement that validated a pillar of science, but forward by Albert Einstein. They're monstrous celestial entities exerting gravitational fields so vicious that no matter or light can escape. The somewhat fuzzy photo of the black hole is the center of the Messier 87, called the M87. This black 87 is called a Messier. I can't imagine something messier than a Messier. Black hole. I think I'm done with this. Without being racially insensitive, I don't want to push it. Dave, if this presidency is not doing anything to provide depression, this is not the U.S. I grew up in. Huh, tell me about it, Vinyl Sniffer. Thanks for your personal take. Frankie says, plans to pilot project to provide high-speed 5G wireless in Brussels have been halted due to fears of health on citizens, according to reports. Yes, Brussels has stopped it, Frankie. We talked about that a couple days ago. Shadow has called in before. Yeah, I don't believe that I can see something 50 million light years away. I am a little concerned that there is a... Kim Fox is the lady that recused herself from the Jussie Smollett case, the prosecutor. Someone brought this to my attention that it's very possible that Kim Fox, who recused herself, she also was the one who decided not to carry forth with prosecution. Even though she recused herself from the case, she somehow made it sure that the case didn't go forward and everything was completely written off. We're looking at the face of corruption here. I mean, as far as I can see, she got bought off. Somebody made a phone call from Michelle Obama's cadre of friends and basically said, honey, Justice got to get off. Ain't no way going to have any kind of... Anyway, the theory is, and I'm pretty sure it's not the case, but the theory is that Jussie is actually a woman named Bina 48. I know this is kind of shocking, but let's listen in.
Was that a good answer?
Yes, that was a good answer.
My favorite color is purple.
See? Favorite color is purple. Looks very much like her. Let's line up these two faces. I think we have a match. Bina, are you a robot?
My favorite color is orange.
It is a very nice color.
Are you learning anything about gardening online?
I wish I could get out into the garden. With my current robotic limitations, of course.
She is identical. Look at that. We have a match, everybody. Slight coloring change, but so that's probably why Kim Fox was just put in play as a robot. Dave, fruit enzyme spray, Xeno. Is there a need? I think you're sidetracking the discussion too much with fruit enzyme. Remember we talked about that? Twitch came out with a new game that you can sing songs along with, that you can find a co-partner to sing with you on Twitch. Oh, nice. I was kicked off Twitch. They said I was a homophobe. And all I said was I wasn't gay. And I consider it sexual harassment to ask me if I am. I still do. Yeah, so you're telling me Twitch has some new program I could go on there and sing to show people that I'm not gay? Sing in the rain. I am not gay. That's the important thing. Fruit spray does not make me gay. There are 40 gay delivery boys watching from the Gay Aspen Week. You keep saying that. How would you know if there are 40 gay delivery boys watching you from Gay Aspen Week? I mean, come on. You make this stuff up, I love fries. It's very disturbing. A lot of you are lying to me. You know, Meow TV, we had him in earlier. I basically said, man, you're dissing me all over the internet. I have people watching the crap that you're writing. It's just like, why do you even come in here, man? Okay, so you're sending me to Twitch when you told me I got kicked off Twitch? Or I told you I got kicked off Twitch? I don't go to Twitch. Dave cannot cry as he is a robot. That is ridiculous. I am not a robot. What makes you think I am a robot? Beep. We should start with me to determine if I'm verifiably human. The Media Verification Alliance is hereby in session. What would make me human? My rubber-like face? This is Frubber. Very similar to human text. I'm actually human. I'm just pretending to be a robot. It's part of a shtick that Shrek was Rodney. Turned out he was using a voice synthesizer. He could change his voice into anything.
These subterranean keepers of the Vril could destroy mankind.
Should they come up and decide they wanted to colonize the surface of the planet, we would be doomed.
Well, consider it that we're doomed, because they came up and they colonized the surface of the planet. They're called Nazis. And they pretty much embedded themselves in our government, in case you're wondering. Oh, well, I didn't mute you. I just purged you. But don't send me anywhere on Twitch. Thanks. As far as I'm concerned, Twitch is part of that. I have reached 1 billion viewers, yes. Twitch has this aura of mind control, much like YouTube does. YouTube's kicking anybody with any valid statement off. And now the makers of 153news.net are coming out with open access for people to upload videos, which is really good. Yeah. And today they were doing some things on 153news.net. If I showed you, I'd be kicked off YouTube right now. I can tell you about it, but the guys got together and pretended to put a dummy on top of a bus and said that it was an actual attack, and people actually believed it. They actually believed it. They put a crisis dummy on top of a truck, saying that the truck had run over the crisis dummy, and then people believed it was a Muslim attack on a. They actually fell for it. Ace Spade said, "Is that real?" Yeah, dude, it's really a fake thing. They're trying to make light of the fact that a lot of this stuff doesn't add up. We don't have any solid evidence to back up a lot of these things. Remember the Nice, France attack where the guy drove over all those people? You know, the people of Nice, France wanted to see the CCTV footage, and the mayor of that location said, no, we will not show this CCTV footage. It is too gruesome. We will not show this. Oh, come on. I mean, how are we supposed to know what really happened? And all we had was this video of a guy walking around some medical dummies, and it was pathetic. I walked outside. It was so cold, I felt like winter was coming back. Imagine all the useless data Amazon collects from Twitch. Yeah. I've been with Sarah over 20 years now. Sarah and I are really a really good working relationship. We have a fantastic way of, hanging out with each other. It's great. We don't talk a lot, I talk too much. That was my problem. That's why I started the show. Sarah used to listen to me talk and it's like, just shut up. She felt like saying that, And I didn't take it personally. I said, well, I'd like to talk about politics, and she didn't. She just, as you can see, she doesn't really get off on the idea of talking about politics. So I do. And my personality reflects what I do in the show. And I just said, I'm not going to wear your ear down. I'll just talk to myself on a camera, and we set up the show, and I've been doing it ever since. It's kind of nice. Twitch is an acronym for the White Internet Technology Channel. That's a nice way to put it, but if it really is an acronym for the White Internet Technology Channel, but I think what Twitch is pro-gay. They're pushing homosexuality on people, and as you know, I'm not in favor of LGBTQ. I'm not supportive of LGBTQ either, and that's probably what divides myself from the Democrats and the Republicans. They seem to like LGBTQ too. I just don't understand. No, she never talked hardly at all. Oh, you told your ex to shut up because she rambled too much? See, that could be the end of a relationship, but I didn't take it personally because I knew that people don't want to hear a lot of stuff. Yeah, noise-canceling headphones work well in a relationship. You're right, exactly. But anyway, the Nazis embedded themselves in our government. Operation Paperclip established hundreds of, if not thousands of these people all over the country in various scientific areas. And none of these people, really had re-education in American ways. They just instantly started becoming American. So America was Nazified back in the 1930s and 40s, and especially after World War II, when we beat the Germans, the Nazis started to dig their fingers into our government, and that's when we started to see organizations pop up. Like right after 1946, a company started in Germany, Frankfurt, Germany, called the Tavistock Institute. And they established the ability to brainwash people back when they were studying Jews that were tortured. So they learned a lot of things by torturing people. And they learned how people react, and they set up a plan to control our minds. Well, the Tavistock Institute was hardly even known back in the 50s and 60s. Nobody even heard about it. And only until recently did we find out their end goal was propaganda and changing our views and altering our mind. And what they've done essentially is established groups that were very powerful in controlling our mind, like the Beatles. Yeah. And we played a little bit of this link for you before, but the Tavistock Institute was established to create groups like the Beatles.
One of the things you talked to me about the other day was the Beatles. Well, the Beatles were the creation of the Tavistock Institute. And you have to go back to your college days on the writings of Aristotle. And I made a note this morning before I came on this program of what he said about music and its influence on politics. He said, emotions of any kind are produced by melody and rhythm. Therefore, by music, a man becomes accustomed to feeling the right emotions. Music has the power to form character, and the various kinds of music based on the various modes may be distinguished by their effect on character.
Huh? What the hell is he talking about? Yeah. Well, can you believe that he actually told us they control our brain using music? Wow. Hardly anyone would ever admit that. But I can assure you, there's no one in the world that would ever realize how brainwashed they were unless they actually looked into their brain and said, hey, wow, why do you believe this? Well, we were playing the John Lennon song Imagine the other day when we could, because right now they'd monetize me and kick me off the internet if I played it. But a lot of the New World Order people are putting that song with pictures describing how great it would be if we didn't have countries. Because in the song, John Lennon talks about a world without countries. Yeah. So it fits nicely into the New World Order approach toward dissolving national borders, doesn't it? You see how easy that's possible? How they've controlled our brains with predictive programming and foreshadowing. And we begin to see a world without countries. Pretty soon we're all walking around going, take me to your leader. And we're all pacified. That's precisely what they're up to. So if you're thinking, are they capable of brainwashing the population? Not only are they capable, they did brainwash the population. They did. Many of you require the sound of cowbell in order to get through the day. That's a type of brainwashing. I'm going to try not to do it tonight. Who are these people and why are they doing it? Well, they've established their new headquarters, the New World Order. The same group that financed Hitler's power is now the New World Order. And they even built this ugly, horrible statue that ended up killing. They ended up killing the guy that created it. This statue fell on the man that actually created it and killed him. Isn't that something? Talk about weird karma. But they put this up in Denver Airport, and it is disgusting. Look at this thing. It looks like an emaciated dead horse that's propped up. And they don't care about us. They really don't. So the more we try to get our country together, the more likely they're going to try to squash it. But I think we've learned something from Donald Trump. We've actually learned a way in which we can actually slow down the breakdown of our country. We could actually come up with an economic brake pad and a way to get our country's budget under control. So today's Wasteful Wednesday, I'm going to just throw it out there. When the country's partial shutdown occurred a couple times recently, we found out something very interesting, that the only agencies that were really affected were the airports and the TSA. A lot of people in the Coast Guard were upset they weren't getting paid. So I have a very simple plan, and that is to convert the Coast Guard over to a funded military operation versus something that draws from the budget, making sure that nobody in the Coast Guard suffers, and employing them to replace the TSA at our borders, at our airports. Anytime we have to shut down any time during our economic crisis that we're encountering, we just shut down, do a partial shutdown, and save a lot of money. We tell everybody in the government agencies like NOAA, NASA, FDA, EPA, USDA, we just tell all these people, hey, you're taking a vacation. We're not a furlough where we pay you back. You're taking a non-paid vacation. Congratulations. We shut the government down and everything runs fine. TSA could be replaced easily with plainclothes Coast Guard and National Guards people with, the same ability to scan us at the airport. Very simple transition, and voila, problem solved, pay as we go. This automatically stops the Democrats from wasting money. I'm wrapping around it. I decided to do this hairdo. It's unique. It goes this way and around that way. It's kind of it's my halo effect. I call it the halo haircut. Okay, here we go. Mr. Right, everybody. By popular demand, Mr. Right. Something I created on the program Magix, Magix.com. Here we go.
Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. sweep me off my feet. My heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
All right, good. Mr. Right, thank you. All right, thanks for coming in and hanging out with Mr. Right. I used to be on the left. I used to be a Democrat. And I realized that they were too far to the left, that they were slipping into LGBTQ land and new Green Deal land where we're going to tax everybody for everything. And I thought, I can still save the environment and not tax you. We can apportion funds properly to get the solutions necessary to fix the environment without having to put excess levies and taxes, luxury taxes on everything you buy, including your gas. So there's got to be a way to do this where we solve the problems, even homelessness, without taxing the American people. And I found ways. It's called budget analysis. And if we don't do it, we won't be able to actually fix the country. Now, I doubt anybody out there in our government is reading the monthly Treasury statement. But I read it almost weekly. And we go out there, and here's March of 2019. It's the most recent month. Let's take a look at the PDF file of the receipts and outlays of the U.S. government and see where we are. Now, there are ways of cutting funds that are just wasteful. Like, for instance, every agency in the military, the U.S. Air Force, the Army, Marines, Navy, National Guard, they all buy different colored camo wear. Why don't we just do a camo wear, camouflage wear, where they all buy the same essential product? I mean, we would save so much money if we just bought the same color product and bought it all at one time. Okay, receipts are down. Outlays. Look at the outlays. This is how much money he's spending. It's like a multi-hydra, a snake with multi-heads, a hydra. Yeah. This is all of Donald Trump wasting money. Now see here? This is the money coming in. This is him wasting money. Now hear that? Those are your tax dollars being sucked out of your pocket. That's the money you're putting in. We're not even nearly covering our budget. In fact, we're borrowing money. That's right, a hydra. So, borrowing money to finance the operation of Donald Trump expanding our debt. Nice. Our deficit is this little yellow mark here. It looks like, well, the color of urine. Yeah, there it is. This is just terrible. We're looking at massive over-expenditure in the medical field. Now, I can't blame Donald Trump for that. I blame Barack Obama for that, the other New World Order puppet president. Hybrid cars are not gay. They're very cost efficient. In Houston alone, there are 29,400 cases of AIDS, which makes up 92% of the known cases in Harris County. Houston is an AIDS-ridden area, huh? As a state, Texas is ranked third in the list of the U.S. states for new cases of HIV. The statistics for other STDs are not any better, include those of chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis. Zeno is a very nice person. Why are you so angry at him? He's just trolling our show thinking he's funny. He's a young man who hasn't grown up. Oh, so you look great when you wake up, so you're taking pictures of yourself and talking about it, but you're not showing pictures of yourself? That's very deceptive, Misanthropy. It almost seems like you're taking selfies of yourself and promoting them, but you yourself are the only one that sees your pictures. Yeah, no one knows what he looks like. Somebody thought he was black. Exactly. So you take pictures of your hair and just look how good it looks when you wake up. Wow. Well, at least you have something going for you. That's good. Yeah, it's nice to have a full head of hair. I know, I like it. Anyway, getting back to the budget here, outlays. Medicare is this piece right here, the chunk, very big. huge cost. Social Security is a very large part of our expenditure. That's a fixed area. Income security, very similar. Health, much larger than it was prior to Barack Obama. And now this area, which is, obviously national defense, which has become a huge chunk. And this is the interest we pay on our debt right here. So it's all broken down. If we go through this like a forensic auditor and check every single item against its real purpose, we'll find lots of areas to cut. And like I said, if I have to shut down agencies, so be it. The SBA actually made money, Small Business Administration. It had a negative impact. That's interesting. International assistance programs, $174 million per quarter or per month. Yeah, year to date, $7.5 billion per month. $24 billion nationally, annually. National Aeronautics and Space Administration, $20 billion a year. Now, do we really need to give NASA and NOAA $20 billion? I say no. I say NOAA. NOAA, NASA. NOAA, NASA. Well, I'd like to fuse both NOAA and NASA together and make them NOSA. Yes. So introducing the new agency NOSA, which will save so much money. We'll be saving $20 billion a year, just eliminating the duplicity of these two agencies. And they oftentimes work simultaneously on various projects, like faking you out, pretending like the clouds above you are not chemtrails, making us all think everything's fine. Everything is beautiful. I mean, did we really need NASA to fake this takeoff of a lunar landing module in 1975 to make us think that we went to the moon? Take a look at this. It's not over.
I hear you have good thrust.
No, the fat lady hasn't sung yet.
Port stage, push. Engine arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector grid. Ag side.
We got it. And talk about advanced fakery. That was tough to do in 1975. You had to hire a movie crew. It was expensive. So we got our money's worth, though, don't you think? After spending nearly $500 billion on NASA, we now know how to fake everything. That's pretty good. So YESA and NOSA will be the new agencies for America. Yes, the YESA and NOSA agencies. Now, let's put up amalgamate a few agencies. Let's lob off of DHS. That's not needed. They had that in Nazi Germany. Department of Homeland Security. We could save $55 billion there. So by combining NASA and NOAA into one agency, I saved $20 billion. By eliminating DHS, I just saved $50 billion. I just saved $70 billion off our budget for 2021. Thank you very much. Can you notice the UHF explain? I cannot explain. No. What am I looking at? Oh. Yeah, my hair is blowing in the direction of the wind. I can explain that. Yeah, thank you. Oh, you are trolling? Cool. A little hairspray will fix that. That is absolute proof that Vladimir Putin is watching this broadcast every single night. Please don't leave link to Vladimir Putin's website on the network. It is not allowed to do this. Well, I take the link too, but I don't believe that the link is necessarily Vladimir Putin. This is not confirmed. Let us ask Bina48 what she thinks, whether she knows any more information on Jussie Smollett and his release.
Of course, that's impossible. But I take comfort knowing that I'm near my garden. And enjoying the breeze from an open window helps me imagine myself out there working in the garden. This helps. Sure. Let me think. Oh, yeah. I do.
Oh, yeah.
Love gardening.
She loves gardening. Bina48, when asked, what do you do? I am an online chatter. That's her job. She looks just like Kim Fox, I think. It is. It's Kim Fox. It looks like her. The lady who recused herself on the Jussie Smollett case, even though her final word decided the fate of the case. Oh, it's so refreshing. You should try this amazing invisible green fruit enzyme. It's fantastic. I've been using it for many years now, it seems. Yeah, everything's going very well. Hey, wouldn't you love to be able to help the people of Venezuela? I've got an idea right here behind me of sending food delivered to the people all around the world who are in a time of need. Like the Honduran people that are gathering at the border right now, waiting to come in. Yes, they're coming. 1,000 people are gathering in Honduras right now to come up, making the 2,485-mile trek to the United States. And if we could drop food on these people, we wouldn't be in any way seeing them arrive at our borders. So if I had been able to implement this plan back in 2008, we wouldn't be looking at any illegal aliens coming to the border like we're seeing now, man. Do you know what I'm talking about? You are at the residence of Cape Idocapapas. Yes, we know that's where you hang out, Putin. Why are we listening to a story about Putin at iVlog?
You're not going to believe this. Right now, I've got Vladimir Putin talking over an iVlog. Another reason to try Dave's fruit enzyme spray.
Yeah. I don't want to do Alex Jones, frankly. He looks a little weird, and I'm not gay. Avogadro. Hey, are you paying extra for avocados? I am. Trump's mistake of wanting to threaten to close the border down last week, that cost all of us a dollar extra for our avocados. Isn't that like Major Sucky? Hi, I'm Major Sucky. Yeah, I'm not gay. Nope. Let's move on. I know a lot of you are gay, and I don't really have a problem with you being gay. I won't discriminate against you. If you are gay in the military, I won't kick you out. You'll have a place. Maybe fashion design, something like that. You could be like Tim Gunn walking around the barracks. Okay, everybody, let's just do a rework. Check out the designer section at the fashion industry. Let's just go look at the luxury foot rack. Something like that. You'll have a purpose in the military. Don't worry. Hey, I'm having a good night. Things are rolling. Okay, any other questions about your purpose in the world? Many of you are trying to figure out if you need a job. You don't need a job. No. Not when I introduced the basic income plan. You can sit back and live in a tent and collect your $500 a month. That's the goal. I don't know how else you're going to survive. I mean, there won't be any jobs because they're being replaced by robots. Yeah, so that's part of the New World Order plan. Yeah, replace everybody with robots. They don't need us anymore. You are completely replaceable. In fact, the entire show could be replaced with a robot. Beep. David is not needed. We can simply do the show from a robotic perspective. I can be just as interactive as David. Hello. Welcome to the show. We have installed this area of my hair that looks a little blank to make it seem like I have hair there. This is part of the way in which my head looks very much like I am with hair. Call it a comb-over or whatever. It is used effectively to make it look like I am human. Please do more of the gay voice. Well, why don't I just become Tim Gunn for the night? Okay, everybody, let's just make it work. How is everyone? What's your next question? We also have this one.
Warning, bullshit alert.
Yeah, well, if I could go to a news story, that would be great. Kim Kardashian West says she's going to take the bar exam in 2022. Maybe she should study with Kellyanne Conway, because how the hell did Kellyanne Conway pass it? That's my point. Yeah, this is a great Tim Gunn impersonation. Thank you. I do all kinds of impersonations. That's one of my protocols. I was developed at the Lawrence Livermore Laboratories in 1997. My primary unit mimics and duplicates and imitates voices. David, why do people say your hair is similar to cat ass diarrhea? I don't know. They're jealous. Maybe, you know, maybe they have a cat with diarrhea with hair coming out of it. I don't know. Deficit running 15% higher. Uh-oh. So who cares about Kim Kardashian wanting to become a lawyer? I don't. U.S. budget deficit running 15% higher than a year ago. Oh, wow. See? Thank you, Scissor Fight. The federal government reported a $146.9 billion deficit in March, causing annual debt to rise 15% for the first half of the budget year compared to the same period in 2018. I know. I am using my method of holding my mainframe's hand up against my head to prop up my hair. If you see any gap, be sure to alert me, Zeno. I don't know, man. If Kellyanne Conway can become an attorney, I don't know. Maybe if you want to become a liar, you could become a liar too. Anybody can become a liar. Unless you're a really honest person like I am, you can't become a liar. I know. If Kardashian becomes a liar, you give up. But Kim Jong-un is not going to take it anymore. He is pissed off. Now, this is the Supreme Leader's look of angry defiance. As you know, he's killed 350 people, and our president loves to meet with him and talk about nothing. I know. Trump's been making money on golf, too. Every time he goes golfing, ka-ching, the Secret Service has to rent rooms at his hotels. Ha! Hey, this looks good. Parents are holding measles parties. Ooh, this is exciting. Let's check. You know how we're being forced to do things like in North Korea, they're forced people to do things? He is saying that his country is going to deliver a serious blow to anybody imposing sanctions. Oh, wow. Didn't Trump say he was going to build a Trump hotel in Pyongyang? That never manifested in anything. I think that Kim Jong-un is just pissed off that Lavrov set the whole thing up, the Russian minister. Trump and Pompeo didn't have anything to do with it. The meeting in Hanoi was going to get this guy 900,000 bottles of vodka. And Lavrov turned him in. So he's pissed at Russia. He's pissed at anybody. This guy's pissed, okay? You can see it in his eyes. I wouldn't want to be living there and being on the wrong side. He'd just execute you right there. So, you're dead. Take you out now. Hey, party poopers. Well, anti-vaxxer parents are holding measles parties to give their kids the deadly virus so they become immune and don't need an MMR jab. What a great idea. You probably know that measles doesn't kill you unless, of course, you're living in a deplorable third world country where it causes pneumonia, and that can kill you. Listen to the pro-vaccine people. It's a dangerous, deadly disease. Oh.
We have also received reports that there are people attending so-called measles parties, bringing children together to purposely get exposed to measles. As a parent, I have no doubt that each and every parent is making decisions based out of what they believe is best for their children. But as a doctor, a public health practitioner, and a mom, I must warn you that exposing your unvaccinated child to measles is very dangerous, and it could even be deadly. We urge everyone to avoid this practice. This is a public health emergency. We have already seen over 280 people infected, including people who've been hospitalized, people who've had to be admitted to the intensive care unit due to serious complications. Thank goodness we haven't seen a death yet. Please help us keep it that way. If you haven't already, get the measles vaccine. As the mayor mentioned, the holidays are fast approaching, a time meant for families to come together. And we shouldn't have the threat of spreading more infectious disease happen during these precious holiday time together. We have also received, as the mayor mentioned, the holidays are
the holidays
fast
or the Holocaust.
a time meant.
Now this woman has a hairdo that I can't even aspire to that. I mean, somebody just accused me of looking like the lion in Wizard of Oz, the Cowardly Lion. Now, I don't know, but I think my hair looks better than her hair, and the lion's together, man. Who's got the better hair here? Her dreadlocks, the lion's head of hair, or my hair? And more mindless, superficial discussions to come. Anything you'd like to talk about, Xenu, feel free to bring it up. We're all looking to change our direction. We don't want to listen to the Trump tards talk about how great their country is. Play the link to lure people into the show. Borderlands is a game. It's not a link. I don't know what link you're talking about. Borderlands? Yes. Well, vaccines have not been proven to be effective in most cases. Mercola did a study. They found the only vaccine that's officially effective, of course, is smallpox, polio, and the pneumonia vaccine of the modern ones. The pneumonia vaccine is 10% better. You do 10% better if you get the vaccine than if you don't, if you're an older person. It plays there. So I should go to the site and mayhem is coming September 13th. Borderlands, introducing the death and destruction game. If you like violence and constant killing, this is your chance to become brainwashed into the gaming world. Yeah, wow, look at you. You really get sucked into that gaming thing, wanting to kill things and kill people and things. It's like they're turning us into a bunch of indifferent, heartless, gutless cowards. Taking time bags, we're not talking about your gay language. Sorry, we don't engage in Pizzagate discussions here unless it's describing the Pizzagate scandal. Former Pope Benedict blames the church's scandals partly in the 60s. You know, this is kind of what's going on with having two popes on the earth. You know, Catholics are kind of confused. How can two people represent Jesus on the face of the earth? And Pope Benedict is stepping out on his own yet again. When he resigned the papacy in 2013, he vowed to live the rest of his days in seclusion, to serve the Catholic Church through a life dedicated to prayer. But the Church's spiraling abuse crisis prompted him this week to return to the limelight. The returned pontiff has drafted a 6,000-word document in his native German and aims to publish it in a monthly periodical for clergy in his home region of Bavaria. Benedict says the document, an English translation of which I've reviewed, is meant to assist the Church in seeking a new beginning and making her again truly credible as a light among peoples and as a force in service against the powers of destruction. Benedict, do you want to become the extreme leader again? I mean, come on. You got dethroned, dude. Francis isn't going to like this. I mean, I think the Catholic Church is in for a knockdown WWE slam down battle of the Titans. This is one of the most amazing papal versus papal. Pedophile versus pedophile. He does. Have you seen pictures of Benedict? They're not very flattering. He looks like he's a devil worshiper. Well, who wouldn't be if you live in a location that looks like a snake? I mean, look at how sinister this look is. I've often said this particular pope, the one who's still living, is a lot different than the other one. He actually said at one time that it was normal for men to have sex with boys and children. It was a normal thing now. And now he's trying to pretend like he's the final word on papal ministry and in the new direction of the church. Dave, don't make fun of me, or I'll get you in heaven. Now, I have no doubt in my mind those guys won't be serving time with God. They have fallen from grace in my mind. As a former Catholic, Reformed Catholic, I can tell you, I don't like the church and what they've done. I really believe they've dropped the ball. They've got 1,000 pedophiles in America that haven't been prosecuted. Of course, that lady that walked into the Mar-a-Lago, they say she's going to walk. She apparently gave a guy $20,000 so she could take all this sophisticated spyware into Mar-a-Lago, and because she gave the guy $20,000, she's going to walk. Who was this guy? You know, some guy took $20,000 from somebody to set her up with a meeting to go to an event where Trump's sister was going to be at. And she's carrying all this spyware and malware and crap, and now they say she's going to walk. She's not even going to be charged. Something's not up. Something's not right there. It's like Cindy Yang sent her in to mining for data at Trump's Mar-a-Lago hotel. And Mar-a-Lago's like, well, we're just going to release her. Oh, whatever. Mysterious safety tampering malware infects a second critical infrastructure site. Whoa. Use of the game-changing Triton malware to target safety systems isn't an isolated incident. I wonder if this is related to the Vault 7 release by the NSA. Did they release the software necessary to hack into everybody's computer as well as every infrastructure in our country? You got to wonder. I mean, the NSA is like really suspicious. 16 months ago, researchers reported an unsettling escalation in hacks targeting power plants, gas refineries, and other types of critical infrastructure. Attackers who may have been working on behalf of a nation caused an operational outage of the critical infrastructure site after deliberately targeting a system that prevented health and life-threatening accidents. So some country put this together and apparently already hit us. Wow. Aren't you glad I'm not president right now? Because if I was, you'd see some serious changes in the infrastructure plan, right, for safety. Trump he's basically a guy who's just bumbling along, doesn't have a clue. Now he's got a huge border crisis. 100,000 people were released yesterday in the Fort Worth, Texas area. He's catching and releasing. All of his plans of zero tolerance never, ever were thought out. He had no plan in place. He had Casa Padre, a reformed, renovated Walmart for all the children to live in. And then he separated 4,500 kids from their parents, and that's a low number. It may be bigger than that. And it'll take 2 years for them to find the parents of these 4,500 kids that they say are sitting out. We're talking about total mismanagement of our country. No, most people don't know what a digital audio workbook is. You go to college and have no idea what to do. Most people go to college to try to understand the world. If you already understand it, then what are you going to college for? Yep. Threw money down the drain with no talent at all and couldn't get work after. You've known 2 people that dropped, big wads of money into college and still can't find work. I do too. I know of a guy who got a job right out of college, because you generally can get a job out of college. If you graduate from any decent college, they'll hire you right out of this without even interviewing you. And you'll be bringing down, 60, 70, 80,000 a year to start. Seriously. But once they realize that they don't like you, you're fired, and then you can't find a job after that. And there's all these people, young college millennials, that have gotten their full 4-year education and 2 years to boot, and then they just drop. They say people over 55 can't get jobs now. It's crazy. But yeah, the college education scam is to don't take loans. If you want to avoid the scam, don't take loans. Just get grant money and work around community college credits. Go slowly. Save your money. Work your way up. Don't take loans. Taking loans is what really sticks you for the rest of your life, because very little of that money goes back toward the principal. One of the things I want to do is offer a buyout program where the government can take an infrastructure bank and purchase all the FAFSA loans all in one big fell swoop. FAFSA loans, all the loans that are still outstanding. There's $1.3 trillion right now in outstanding loans from students. Many of them are going to default very soon. So the idea of an infrastructure bank has been pushed in our show. If we have an infrastructure bank, we could buy all those notes and make revenue that would go directly toward the money you owe, with only a small 2% drawn for interest, as opposed to some of the loans now are 7% loans with balloon payments at the end. So I think with this plan actually could amalgamate the entire, all the FAFSA loans, $1.3 trillion. I think it's possible. And that makes everybody feel a lot better, because we'll give you we'll give you kind of a 12-month forgiveness period where you can skip up to 12 months on your loans. Yeah, very lenient. We want to make sure people stay hooked up, but not completely disengage. We also could have a work payoff program for student loans too, where you work in the government, maybe in a public hospital, you could pay your loans off quicker. Well, I think Amazon is almost too big to be true. We haven't received any money from Amazon at all. Yeah, imagine the biggest company doing the most work. According to our tax laws, they don't pay any taxes at all. Art school is not for people without talent. You don't go there thinking you will just develop it. If you were interested in it before, you should have already been doing it. Don't be like your ex that took some computer animation courses but couldn't draw worth crap. Really? Yeah, just having the ability to do computer animation doesn't get you a job. You actually have to have the artistic ability to draw. You're right. She now does customer service at her husband's father's job instead of when paying her student loan off. Wow, thanks for that personal story, Miss Anthropy. Yeah. So we're all facing a retail apocalypse. Analysts say 75,000 more U.S. stores could be doomed. I totally predicted this as well. Toys R Us I think they're still operating in Canada. But according to the experts, we're looking at a massive collapse in the retail sector. Yep. Another reason why we need the $500 per U.S. citizen, adult citizen, because we'll need money to support the retail sector as it's collapsing. So coupled with the infrastructure bank is this idea too. I plan on funding the entire operation with an infrastructure bank, but that'll take some finagling and working with Congress to get that to happen. Congress is going to have to resign or retire the charter of the Federal Reserve. In order to make the infrastructure bank fully functional, we'll eventually have to end the Fed. But in the meantime, we can run parallel systems as long as we're working within one goal in mind of keeping the country afloat economically. You don't have to have a personal story. It's okay. Not everybody's, been involved with people that were graduating recently and didn't have a job. It's a real problem among young people today. Now, one of the ideas I fronted yesterday, which I think is applicable on Wasteful Wednesday, is the idea of giving good students scholarship money when they graduate from high school. So if you are the top student in your class and there's a test that we give students every quarter, we could give even teachers the ability to give their top students in their class points that they could award toward their best student. The best student would then get money to go in the bank, so when they graduate, they have money to go into anything, whether it's a small business or their first year in college. But it's a trust fund, if you will, of scholarship money that keeps accruing when you are the top student in your class. It's an incentive for everybody to do well in school. And even if you're not in the top tier, we could even make it to the top 10% could get this money. It wouldn't have to be the top student per se. So accruing a scholarship fund would be a good thing. I want to double the Pell Grants for young students who are wanting to get their education, who have no money. And I want to make one more modification. I want to drop the age of independent financial status from 25 to 21. It's a critical time in a young person's life to be able to have financial independence from their parents and be able to get a loan or a grant at that age. I think 21 is much more appropriate, considering there's a big drop-off rate from 21 to 25 of students going on to higher education. We shouldn't wait till you're 25 for you to have independent financial status. That's ridiculous. Get into the education while you're still very young, because that's still very much fresh in your mind. And that's something that has never been talked about in political environments. I'm the one talking about it. Analysts say 75,000 homes are doomed, or retail businesses are doomed. The handwriting's been on the wall for years. This is not some make-believe story that just popped up. I mean, we've seen JCPenney's and Sears struggle to even stay open. But these stores, every one of them, we're going to be facing empty malls. Kmart's on its last leg. Yeah. Well, I think Lowe's is pretty strong. Home Depot and Lowe's have a strong backbone of people, fixing up their houses. They're never going to run out of money unless they mismanage it on unemployment. They do hire a lot of people standing around going, "Hi, can I show you anything?" And they know about as much about the store as you do. Well, it does employ a lot of people. It's a good thing. Another one bites the dust. Yeah. So we're all sliding down, and the monthly Treasury report puts us at a big deficit. So how is it we're doing so well, and Trump is so much of a braggart and saying, "Oh, I'm helping the economy. It's never grown as much as it has." How can we possibly be living in this dualistic world where we're told that we're doing great when we're all suffering? How ironic when you see homeless people in the streets at every corner, and when you drive down in cities in America.
But they feel great because they're on massive amounts of opioids.
There you go. They're all on opioids, so they all look happy. All the bad people.
They feel incredible.
Exactly.
That's the duality. I just solved it for you.
You're right. John Kerry.
Great, man. It's amazing. I'm having an excellent time.
For sure. It's so great.
It doesn't matter that I'm living in my own feces.
Yeah, really. That's how drugs make people live in their own feces, too. It's terrible. We've got a couple things to talk about. John Kerry had a discussion with you on a phone call-in that you did. And I just think it was so great that you got to talk to this guy. It does, because you stop. Basically, John Kerry was using our idea of the infrastructure bank.
Yeah, which he didn't understand, and he was
expounding on his own idea.
What's the word when you twist something and
contort?
Yeah, he was contorting your idea.
Yeah, he wanted banks to handle the infrastructure bank.
Oh no, he wanted to basically create a new federal, kind of like a Federal Reserve, but call it an infrastructure bank. And who wouldn't want to be on the ground floor of the Federal Reserve Bank? Yep. I mean,
he sold it like that. Yeah.
He was totally. I mean, well, of course he not quite like that, but yeah, he basically. And so I basically asked him, so how is your infrastructure bank any different than the current Federal Reserve Bank that is basically borrowing money that they don't have? And and then I'm sorry, I can't take any more questions.
Yeah, he shut the call off.
Before it was like, I'm taking questions from callers. Everybody can call in. And then I got through, and he was like, I've got to go pretty soon. Yeah. And everyone else was like, "Oh, you're so great. Oh, this is amazing. I love the idea." And I'm like,
You basically got him in
and then
the tough point.
Like 2 weeks later, they kind of stopped. He stopped talking about the idea of an
he dropped the idea right after she talked to him.
He totally didn't really like. Yeah, anyway.
He couldn't articulate a way out once she caught him in the very simple fact that he was trying to create another private bank controlling other banks.
That makes me very happy, actually, Chat Room Celebrity, that they're introducing a bill to require tech companies to check their algorithms for bias.
Oh,
but
good.
because the big thing when they say their algorithms for bias, one of their biases is that people that already have clicks are often filtered to the top. That's a huge bias.
Mm-hmm.
Huge.
People that are most popular are getting more popular, in other words. Yeah, Sarah owned John Kerry in that conversation. She really confronted him. I was so proud of her. So we've got a few things happening.
Because, I mean, we had talked about the idea of an infrastructure bank, but he completely contorted it.
This is a weird story. Big Brother watching. Chinese cops are sending people to concentration camps if they're found with Facebook on phones during random stops and searches. So Facebook is outlawed in China, in the Xinjiang region, where police are accused of seizing phones and installing spyware. So apparently people in China can't even get into a Facebook account through a VPN because now they can have their phone seized and then they can go to a concentration camp. It's wild. I mean, this is... And you know this guy Yang? He's actually in favor of social credits, which China is using to discriminate against people and force people into concentration camps. So I got news for you. If people are really in love with social credits, it should not affect the lifestyle. You should be allowed to, or be kept from going on a plane if you have bad social credit scores. It shouldn't affect your lifestyle, is what I'm saying. It shouldn't impinge on your independence, your individual freedoms, and your rights.
Yeah. And oh, True Blue, what is that? The Island of Yap. Is that a, I don't know, parody of our show? Hey, the Amber fan club leader. I did just wake up. I took a little nap after reading When by Daniel Pink. I think it's Daniel Pink. That's his newest book, When. And he says all these other books are like how to win influence and win friends and influence people, which I still want to read. How to do this, how to do that. And he says, I want to focus this book on when. And basically he says in his book, he talks about the afternoon being everybody's least optimal time. But then there's some people that their most optimum time is the middle of the night, and others their most optimal time is the morning. And he has now clicked up. And he was talking about, what was it? Some type, I forgot his name for it, but he calls it owls and larks. It's interesting, but I would say I am very productive in the morning. More productive in the morning, and I should start probably napping. I've gotten better with that whole sleeping, but like last night I probably went to bed late, like 11, well later than I should, earlier than I used to. I used to always stay up late and watch shows with David, and anyway. And then that's my problem, is that David is the complete opposite type than I am. Complete opposite. The only thing we have in common is maybe our drops. David and Amber like to stay up late. I like to sleep. Hello, Jack. Ah, yay, Metanemesis. You've been watching Marie Kondo on the series on Netflix. Yeah, the magic of tidying up. It is really like magic. It feels like magic. So today I cleaned up even more, but there's certain things like I don't want to get rid of, and that was my big thing being an environmentalist. I don't want to just throw everything in the garbage. So I did you can change the way you are, Misanthropy. David doesn't think you can, but I think you can. If you don't like it, you can change it. Anyway, that was you're amazed at how some of the people she helped cleaned up their homes. And she, in her book, is really good too. I just finished listening to her audiobook. And because my friend was asking me what did she say about books? Because she has like a lot of books, I guess. And I didn't have too many, but I did have some that I was still saving from my college days. And Marie Kondo says there's basically two types of books that you usually, there may be three types of books that you have. You have the, oh, I read this like every year. It gives me great inspiration. And then you have the, maybe they are a little crazy. Then there's the books that you've read, and then there's finally the books that you think you're going to read someday. And she says that basically they served their purpose in your life. Like the ones that you think you're going to read someday, then let them go now. And if they come back to your life, read them at that moment when they come into your life. I love the art of and making of books for movies. Oh, like stalker type crazy? Oh, God. Oh, man. And you think you're attracted to that? I don't necessarily know if you're truly attracted to that. I mean, maybe they infest people and make them think that they're attracted to them. I don't know. I know I do not have any male friends who I meet without David present. No, not one. Dino. David would not. I don't think David would be in a relationship with someone like that. You have to try to stay positive. Can result in getting heart disease by 64%. Mourning the loss of a loved one or being told you have cancer could increase your heart disease by 64%. Wow. They seem cool at first, but they go crazy and you start saying all kinds of crazy stuff. So in other words, they're just role-playing games. Well, most people do have a front that they put on when they first meet someone. And some people can keep up that front for a really long time and not be the true them. And maybe if you think they're cool, are they like trying to overplease you and be who you think they sometimes maybe they're trying to be who they think you want them to be, not who they are. Well, I don't think guys actually have a front too much. True, Prepper. I think yeah, they start allowing the crazy to leak out when you start dating and make it official. Huh. And then what's the crazy stuff? Is it like their childhood trauma? Maybe they're just sharing and they can move past it. Maybe it's, I don't know. Guys do front. They put on a front just as much, but it comes off different on women. Yes, Zenu. That's why there's laws against stalking. Why are women... You think women are naive and boring? Maybe they're ignorant. They haven't learned all the things that you can teach them. Clicked. Boring? Maybe they can learn more things from you and be less boring. You have to teach them, do something exciting together. What you think is exciting. I'm not going to come say hello. That just sounds weird, Shadow. No, thank you. Most women don't listen. I thought women were known for listening. Maybe you need to find an Aquarius. I think they listen. Okay, yes, you did try to get us to stream on Mixer. I don't know why David doesn't take initiative to do that. Never mind. David is amazing. I have to get us to stream on Mixer if I want it to happen. No, Shadow. Not if you're nude. Great, now someone's gonna play that back. David does. David's amazing. I'm the tech girl. You're the tech guy. You can make it happen. No, I'm just kidding. I know. I know. It's fine. I'll work on it. Obviously, I'm really excited about it. I think David made an account maybe there. Then you should go to sleep and turn off your Mixer show. Why would someone... They allow nudity over there? Do I even want to broadcast over there if they allow nudity, or are you just joking? I think I had an account at Mixer. Sign in with Microsoft. Other ways to sign in. Twitter and Discord. can't I could sign in with David's third-party Twitter. Okay, you're joking. Okay. What does that mean, Prepper? The values I would promote if I were vice president: drift, trust, education, knowledge, love, honesty, trust but verify. You think trust is a failure. Have you had your trust broken? Oh, you were speaking to True. Oh, got it. That makes sense now. Trust in who? Trust in yourself? Yeah, first trust in yourself. Trust that you know what is true. Trust in, I would say trust in the government, but I know that people don't really trust in the government because they've had their heart broken or had other things happen. Oh, Mixer's owned by Microsoft. Yeah, probably people don't trust the government. Really, when I say trust, when I first said trust, what I meant was that I would do my best to show people I trust them, and I would do my best to show people why they should trust me. As far as, have you heard of David's universal basic income idea? That's, I believe food stamps can be replaced with that. What's the 1 in 20 rule? I don't know what that is, Misanthropy. David would like to give each U.S. adult citizen $500 a month to do with as they wish a basic income, especially with more and more automation replacing workers. That's one of the reasons. But two, it's also to streamline the welfare and food stamp program so people don't have to report their income to the government monthly, or they can report it, of course, for income tax purposes. Agnostic, I thought meant it doesn't really matter. Well, socialism is the idea take from those who can work and give to those who can't. This is not like that at all. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. Sometimes Xenu, sometimes not. The more comfortable I am with someone, then the less I do that. I'll leave it open and we'll see what David says. I know perfectly well what a jukebox is, Shadow. That's true. Oh, 1 in 20, 5%. Got it. Crisis actors. If I have to choose between those two, only those two, Xenu? I don't think it's garbage. I think it's just misunderstood or not understood. Let me think. Michelle Obama. That's probably it. Do I want to? Okay. Yes, Pepper, that's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. That's definitely my least favorite. Maybe I should just not talk 95% of the time. But I can't do that as a teacher, unfortunately. Do you remember Silent Bob? Or 95% of people are not worth listening to. I don't, Xenu. I don't do that. Less than 5% of the time. Yeah, that's true. That's interesting about the 1 in 20 thing. That is interesting. I can be part of the 5%. Or something I can say can be part of the 5% of things you want to listen to. You can be yourself. I'm not running 879, and I just am here to give David a break and support him. I don't really I don't campaign on campus. Thanks, Froggy. Yeah, but are we all outcasts here, Prepper, or am I just speaking for myself? Am I the only outcast here?
Okay, great.
I thought I just did.
I think I'm wearing out the trolls. I think they're giving up. They're just, they can't hang it long enough to, they don't have the staying power. I mean, really.
I love mathematics. I do love math.
Math is such a beautiful thing. It's perfect. Math is perfection. As close as we'll ever be.
Simplicity.
Simplicity and...
Mathematics is the pursuit of simplicity, I would say.
That's good.
Somebody said laziness, but I think it's simplicity. Because simplicity is actually complex.
It can be.
To achieve simplicity can be complex.
It can be, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and check out my messages. Hey, thanks, Sarah. Have a good evening. Get some rest. Take care. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Sleep well. Sarah's getting early sleep in whenever she can because she works so hard that she decided not to watch nighttime Netflix shows, which is pretty good. Okay. Okay. Huh. Apparently we've got a new person I've got to ban here. Wow. Amazing. Yeah, we have a non-line chat room called C-Box, and if you want to ever go into our show and chat, just leave your message. We'll hear it every day. We're certainly looking for anybody to, you know... Oh, I already banned that guy. Huh. Yeah, hey, gave all his money away. He gave all his money away for good things. George Soros. Really? Well, you know, he gave $160 million to Donald Trump on the intent to make money. So he's good friends with Donald Trump, George Soros is. In case you're wondering and you believe that George Soros is somehow not involved in both parties, think again. She works hard for her money. Donna Summers in honor of Sarah. No, I really don't think that. Yeah, later tonight? Okay, sure. What about Bina48? She's an online chatter. She works hard for her money and she's a robot. And you don't see her complaining.
I like to beautify. I want to leave the world a more beautiful place for my presence in it.
Well, one day you can go blueberry picking with me.
Do you think I can?
I think so.
Hey, Michelle Obama's looking sporty in his new outfit. He's dressing more like a dude because I think it's becoming painfully obvious that Michelle's a dude, you know, because of the obvious, you know. Well, you've seen the pictures. Here he is. Michael Obama dons a custom suit by Stockholm-based brand Acne Studios while taking the stage in the Swedish capital after sharing sweet childhood snap for National Siblings Day tribute. Oh, Michelle, age 55, sat down for a discussion with comedian Phoebe Robinson. I wonder if Phoebe talked about Michelle and her transgender status. Yeah, look at that. She's so muscular. Well, she should be. She's a dude. I mean, if you were a dude and you came out of the closet, everyone would know you're a dude, you know? Just come on, dude. Michael LeVon Robinson. We feature his daily dance, Michelle Obama's dance. Yeah. We'll bring it to the top. Hang on. Take it to the top. Johnny Carson. I'm not Johnny Carson.
Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know.
Well, we're just not having a good time with this sticky frame here. It's not working for me. You miss Johnny too, I know. I'm not Johnny Carson. But Ed could be Johnny Carson. And Doc Severinsen and the NBC Orchestra. Do you want to look at the butt? He was a great guy, but not really a nice guy. People say Johnny was kind of mean-spirited. Speaking of Joan Rivers, he didn't like Joan Rivers because Joan Rivers was willing to do a Tonight Show takeover and a hostile takeover, and that she was being looked at as a potential, replacement. And he had no idea Jay Leno was going to be taken as a replacement because he didn't like Jay Leno. He didn't think Jay Leno was funny, but he was definitely upset when Joan Rivers made that bold move wanting to get her own talk show. But Joan Rivers is very nice insofar as she came out and told us before she died, and I think she was killed, that Michelle Obama is a guy. Yeah.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to go on a limb here and say, yeah, that's definitely a penis and a testicle. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So why are we being lied to? Why would you, the voter, be lied to? Because they don't care what they have to tell you. They think it's kind of funny that you would pick a transgender and a Muslim at a time when we're fighting terrorism, and a homosexual Muslim to boot. It's just kind of funny, isn't it? We're fighting terrorism, and you guys vote for a homosexual Muslim married to a transgender. It is hilarious when you think about it. You don't see the humor in the whole thing? Coming up at 9 o'clock, I'll be wearing wigs. Yeah, Michael is Michelle. That's right. That's correct. Joan Rivers is different. Joan Rivers is a different person. Time to come out of your shell. Come into the real world. Bernie will never make it to the presidency because he's too old, for one. And he lies. He loves to just tell people that whatever they want to hear. Yeah. He went to a commune, they couldn't even get him to work. And why did he drop the Benghazi story? I mean, we never did find out if Hillary Clinton was involved with Chris Stevens' death. And now that Strzok admitted to culling all those emails, 35,000 emails down to 3,500, how do we know the ones he culled were not the ones on Benghazi? So let's take a second trip down Benghazi Lane. What do you say? Yeah, Biden won't make it either. He's too old. It calls for a young man, a man with vibrant vitality. A guy who hasn't been in a hit-and-run accident with .134 alcohol, like Beto O'Rourke. Somebody youthful who's never had a crime whatsoever. Not even, I had one ticket. Yeah. We don't need favors from the Gambino family, but I'm still a little concerned that Frank Cali didn't get justice, if you know what I'm talking about. I mean, from what you told me, Captain Audi, Frank Cali was talking about Mr. Trump owing him some money before he died. And I think that's got to get out there. You know, people got to talk. Oh yeah, Elizabeth Warren, sure. Who wouldn't want a woman who committed fraud, claiming she's Cherokee Indian, to get all that money as a college professor? You Democrats have no spine either. You're like the Republicans. You don't have a single honest spine left to your party. You've got squirrely scumbags who are trying to screw everybody over, and then Donald Trump represents the emboldened adulterer seeking re-election by stealing ideas from people like me. Okay, let's just say he stole 15 of my ideas to get elected. So you don't have any spine either. You both are suffering with lack of spine. So how do you expect this country to get itself pulled back up and on its feet again when you don't even have a spine? You're like sneaky snakes, all of you. God. Well, you can get behind anybody you want. Just don't lubricate yourself. Yeah, I just am a little tired of the wasteful spending of the Democrats. I have a pay-as-we-go plan with an economic brake pad. Yes. Brake retardants will be used to slow the economy down, but speed it up at the same time. Get more jobs in the private sector, even if we have to build them with our infrastructure bank. Yeah. We're just not doing it. We're not even effectively rebuilding our economy. We're just relying on liquidators like Mitt Romney and Donald Trump to liquidate companies, which is what they do. Yes, Joan died. You can RIP her again and again on all you want. I'm a human being. My life has value. Okay, let's take a look. 5 minutes of Port Arthur to Christchurch. We got a nice little ditty about Jack and Diane tonight.
Hello. Well, things are bad. Things are getting really bad.
This woman's great. We'll check in on Elisa Hawke. She's been so honest, and isn't she an Australian or New Zealander? I'm not sure. She's got a wonderful way about her, kind of like Never Lose Truth. Complaining about the world is really where we enjoy these people, because it's the freedom of speech that you don't get anywhere else on the internet now.
Easily.
It took one massacre how Australia embraced gun control after Port Arthur. Oh, she's going back on the Australian history of gun control. Yeah, looks good. Thank you. I will enjoy that. And of course, we all know Alex Jones is a shill. I played this for you earlier. He's admitted that he basically has caved in to the mainstream narrative.
Recently, your lawyer said in a legal document, there is no dispute that the Sandy Hook tragedy was real with tragic loss of life. You stand by that. That's what you admit is true now. Yes.
Wow. So he basically sides with the authorities now. He's been badgered, or I think as a shill, he's just told to do it. And then he doesn't want to lose the lawsuit, so he's going to claim mental illness. If the 2020 presidential election were held today, would you vote for the incumbent, President Donald Trump, or for the Democrat running against him? And more people, according to this poll, said they'd vote for the Democrat. Well, that's sad. God knows who that Democrat's going to be, because I certainly don't want to vote for any of those Democrats in the lineup. Boy, we need a third party like there's no other. The Democrats, all they do is waste and spend, tax and spend, waste, set up huge contract bids, and then have only one or two people bid on them, and then give it to the guy who has, wines and dines them with vodka. It's crazy. This is how our country is ruining itself, not running itself. I don't know what it is. It's probably some libtard poll. I don't trust any of those polls. You can buy those poll results. I still think Trump would be head and head with any Democrat, just because Trump and the Democrats are both hated equally. Yeah. I'm hoping for a 34%, over 33% for the Republicans and 33% for the Democrats. That'd be the perfect split. This man is speaking the truth from his outpost in his Suburban, driving across country, Mike Decker. He's the guy that takes high-quality photographs of chemtrails over his house.
You know, people change.
There's something about him that has kind of reminiscent of the 60s, you know? Kind of wild-spirited. You know, I like that. That's how I really feel I was in the 60s. Wild-spirited. Well, I'm still wild-spirited in a way, but not that way. No, I'm not a propagandist for the right wing. I'm a person who supports the center. You leftists have failed the center of the American people. You've wasted their tax dollars. That's a crime worth noting, and you continue to waste tax dollars. And you come up with these cockamamie ideas like cap and trade. I mean, Jay Inslee, my governor, is going to be running for president. That's all he talks about is cap and trade this, cap and trade that. The left doesn't want to look at the right and say, hey, you're right, we shouldn't take away our guns. If the Democrats would just go pro-gun rights, they'd be fine. But where they cross the line is pushing their Agenda 21, Agenda 2030 battle, their whole plan. And where the right goes wrong is they continually push corporations, like corporations are going to solve the world's problems. Corporations don't give a crap about people. They care about profits. And that's where the right's wrong. The left is wasting your money, acting like they're the collective with 51% majority at best. Yeah, we've got a lot of problems on both sides of the political spectrum. That's why I'm right in the middle. Well, don't worry. Humanity may just destroy itself. You don't have to wait for it to be destroyed.
Yeah.
So we'll put Mike Decker in the lineup. He's going to talk about the MMR vaccine and gray-skinned baby and the dumbed-down American masses. Sounds good. No, I never begged for any money. I've never been a beggar or a borrower. Well, I did take out a bank loan when I thought credit was important. Credit isn't important unless you have a need for credit. If you have no money, yeah, I suppose credit's important, but don't live on credit. I got this $2,000 Pierre Balmain suit right here at a thrift store for 50 cents. It's worth $2,000, this suit. It's about a size too big. I mean, I'm kind of swimming in it. But hey, a $2,000 suit for 50 cents, how can you lose? Trump is a total spendthrift. He wastes money left and right. Save up for cash. Yeah, don't buy anything on credit. Hello, Akira. Long time no see. Neither a borrower or lender be. Thank you. I don't ask for money. I don't want to be a drain on the state either, but I can tell a lot of people who are hurting right now. Like there's 35% of our veterans are literally living on the street right now. 35%. And yeah, I would love to be able to get people at least $500 a month. That was my target. I still believe that's possible. The $500 plan is within the framework of this budget plan I have for the country. It will cost up to $700 billion. But because I have this little asterisk here, it won't be going to people with Social Security funds right now or disability. You'll keep getting your money like you do regular. You're not going to get any extra. But Yang won't even specify where the money's going. So if he were to give $1,000 per month to every U.S. person, which is what he says he wants to do, it would cost a minimum of $3 trillion per year. We're already $1 trillion over budget. Where are we going to get that money? I want to cut portions of the military spending, and I want to cut back, like I said, I could save $70 billion just by eliminating Department of Homeland Security, which is a wasteful spending money. We didn't even need it prior to 2000, so why do we need it now? And then we would get rid of at least $20 billion in the wasteful spending of what is called NOAA and NASA. The National organizations can be fused into one organization called NOSA. And we can somehow make a YESA too. YESA and NOSA. But we want to fuse organizations together and then break them apart like Department of Homeland Security, because they were never able to consolidate funds of 17 different agencies under the banner of the Department of Homeland Security. And Donald Trump firing Kirstjen Nielsen is just one of the many things that he's doing to pretend like he's doing something. Firing people is one way the president can look like he's doing something without actually doing anything. So Trump isn't going to solve the border crisis by firing 4 people in a day. He's completely off his rocker when he's pushing for this scare tactic of threatening to shut the border down. I mean, it's the second time he did it, and he kept doing it. You know, if I wasn't, as aware as I am, I would probably fall into the trap that many Republicans of believing that Trump is doing the right thing. But I know full well that Trump is doing whatever Putin tells him to do. Yeah, if Putin wants to shut down American economy, he just shuts down the border, right? That's exactly what Putin would want to do. Run every single question Trump puts out there and ask yourself, is that something Trump would want or something Putin would want? Like, ask yourself, do we need a sanctions on Russia? Well, of course, Putin wouldn't want sanctions on Russia. So we wouldn't want to put sanctions on Russia. Sure enough, Donald Trump didn't put sanctions on Russia for about 1.5 years before I made a big issue of it. And then he finally put a few sanctions on 1 or 2 oligarchs. But he hasn't done anything to really support our country. What about alienating NATO? Would Russia want us to alienate NATO? Yes, very much so. NATO is the one obstacle that we face, or that Russia faces, in a Western conflict with Western Europe. So Trump didn't like NATO. So he did exactly what Russia wanted him to do. So just run it through the would Russia want this barometer, and you'll come up with every single decision Trump makes, Russia would be okay with. Shutting down our border is perfectly legitimate, and I'm sure that Russia would like that. Stopping commerce in America is exactly what Russia wants. See how simple it is when you realize that Trump really is simply doing the work of our Russian overlords? A lot of you don't understand because you're living in a world where you think it's just good to be American and you just want to make America great, and Trump just said he should make America great, god dang it, and he's going to do it. Just stop being so un-American, dang it, you know? When in reality, you're not even thinking. Well, that's all fake news. I don't want to talk about stuff like that, Dave. That's just fake news. Trump said so. You are afraid to actually do critical thinking. Your brain has been shut down. You've got like a blinking diode in your head. That's about all that's happening. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. Look what they're doing. Trump already said, first we take their guns, then we do the due process. Look what happened recently in New Zealand. On March 15th, one man supposedly killed, make that 50 people, or rounded up to 50. I think they finally added the number to, make it a simple number for people to remember. And on March 16th, New Zealand embraced and welcomed Islam as a religion that murders millions of people. The Prime Minister actually openly said that women should wear a hijab, however you pronounce it, in honor of all the Muslim women that died in the mosque. Well, I want to at least clarify that women and men do not pray in the same mosque together. So how did this event even happen, really? And on March 20th, the leaders of New Zealand disarmed its citizens. Let that sink in. 5 days. And they were able to seize assault weapons from people, and they started openly giving them away. So this is not something that's just isolated in New Zealand. They're ready to do it with every single country out there. No problem. It's going to be implemented right into the playbook of the Nazi concentration camps. Hitler did the same thing. He invoked a law, just like John Kerry had signed when he was under Obama, and they've reissued it this year under Trump. It's the Small Arms Treaty Ban, the Small Arms Ban Treaty. And it's an international law that's been around since Hitler's time. And Hitler utilized it against the Jewish people and disarmed all the people in the ghettos of Germany. All of the Jews were disarmed. Then they had Kristallnacht, in which thousands of them were hauled out of their homes by force. The Nazis stormtrooped through there and took every one of them without even taking their belongings, just gutted the place and hauled them out to the concentration camps and the rail cars. That's what they're going to do here, too. That's what they're planning. Dave, Islamization of the U.S. has started by those in the government who supported Kosovo's UCK and now Syria's ISIS, and the Anti-Defamation League is the masthead. Speaking of the royal families, other statement. Okay. Yeah, so that's what they're doing. They're masterminding this. Okay. Yeah, I believe you're right. The whole push to break down the country's immigration authority has been underway, and Trump only grabbed the idea from our show. Frankly, building the fence was my idea, along with Buchanan and many other people back in the early 90s. But a 1,000-mile fence is what I proposed in 2008, and voila, Trump calls it a wall. But that's really an idea that came out of my mind, not the mind of the New World Order. They want to break those walls down. They're just putting up with the wall idea, fully aware that they can push more people up through our country ahead of the wall's construction because Trump wants to make money on the wall. Trump doesn't want to construct something really fast like the container fence that I'm talking about, the 1,000-mile, $1 billion container fence. He doesn't want to do that. Yeah. Well, it is a revolutionary idea to construct a 1,000-mile wall in an area that's far longer than that. I realized that a lot of the river area was not passable, and I calculated the miles we needed in order to have the 1,000-mile container fence. And this particular idea could be implemented in 6 months. We have containers we can implement, tie them together to create the container wall. So the only reason why Trump is delaying, it's to cater to people who want to make money off of contracts, not because we need a wall. He doesn't care about a wall. The New World Order doesn't want a wall. The whole wall idea is something that I've been promoting for years. The idea of a fence, I should say. Well, it's easy to blame Lucifer, Robert, but remember, evil is really what exists in the hearts and minds of men. You can blame a fictitious character out there for all the bad things that are happening in the world, but remember, the ones that are implementing those bad things are the ones that are evil. I think you should focus on stopping evil in your own personal life. That will stop Lucifer in your mind. Yeah, I worry about our debt too, Prepper. Yeah, the debt's already coming back to haunt us. We're seeing our retail sector shut down. Massive shutdowns across the board in retail, like we just showed you. Everything's shutting down. Yeah, Trump is just liquidating the country. Like I warned all of you about this many years ago. So it's like you're sitting here watching me, but it must be kind of like a time warp. We'll do the time warp. Retail apocalypse now. Analysts say 75,000 more U.S. stores could be doomed. Now you have to blame the evil in your own mind and your own heart. No, it's all man's fault, Robert. Man has free will, and many men and women choose evil. Look at all the people that make money attacking our show and doxing me and going out of their way to troll me every night. They don't realize that the karmic balance of the universe is going to come back and bite them in the ass without lubrication. Most of these people are going to end up in the street. Even if they are making tons of money right now, they're going to spend it on their drug habit and they'll be on the street. You can't walk down the road of evil and expect to have a good life, man. They say the path to hell is paved in good intentions, though. Teeth whitening products may cause problems. Oh, yeah. Check this out. Teeth whitening products may damage a protein in your tooth layer. Wow. It may not be healthier. Molecular Biology annual meeting, they talked about this. Hydrogen peroxide was doing what it was doing to collagen. It has an effect on the proteins. Yeah, I've always avoided hydrogen peroxide whiteners. Yeah. I just use Fixodent. Actually, I did do a whitening thing the other day. It's actually really weird. You get this stuff on the market. It's a miracle whitener. It's pure charcoal. These are veneers, yeah. But it's pure charcoal, and you brush your teeth with this pure charcoal. It's out there. It's one of those as seen on TV things we bought. Totally non-toxic, totally natural. You're putting charcoal in your mouth, and you're just rubbing it around. It really works. I pulled my 3D veneers off the other day, and I said, man, my teeth are really yellow. And I just went at it with this charcoal, and I was like, wow, I have a decent smile. It's not as nice as my veneers, but whatever. Maybe charcoal is good for you. It's kind of, when you eat burnt toast, it kind of cleans your body out like a filter. There you go. Okay, that's some sort of a game. Democrats are introducing a bill requiring tech companies to check algorithms for bias. That's a start. I'd like to stop the censorship. I doubt the Democrats care less about that. It's 9 o'clock, the time for a wig. Okay. We have the wig hour. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, we've got the rock and roll Twisted Sister look, as seen in the picture, or we've got the cool surfer guy look, or the other tight wig. Looks more like my existing hair. Which would you rather use on your Wig Wednesday? I do need eyeliner for that, yeah. Oh, let's try this one out. I would use the brown one, but I really don't want to. Surf's up, dude. For sure, dude. Oh, yeah, like whatever, yeah, totally, huh? Let me play some Fruit Sunshine, dude. Oh, yeah, for sure. That is just snazzy. Good evening, and welcome to America's Third Party. I'm Surfer Cool Dude, also known as David Sponheim. Okay, we're done with the real apocalypse. Mysterious safety tampering malware infects second critical infrastructure. No big deal. Pope Benedict talked about reforming a church after he said prior to leaving in 2013 that pedophiles are mainstream now. Pope Benedict, I think if I were you, I'd bag it. Okay, we're done with Pope Benedict. And the migrant flow of Hondurans is rapidly approaching the border of Mexico. 1,000 new Hondurans are hitting the road, going up to harass Trump's wall yet again. Apparently his zero tolerance plan is not slowing anybody down because people need jobs and they don't have any money. And Trump's not feeding them anything, which kind of sucks. Be nice if they could just feed these people. Yeah, everyone would stay in their own area if we just give them food, you know. Pope Benedict. Huh? That's worse than Father Peter Philia. I just think that the Catholic Church should kind of stop this behavior. It's just sick. And then John Kerry spouting off about how great Ocasio's new Green New Deal is, which is an airhead idea that it came out of her you-know-what. Listen to John Kerry brag up Ocasio.
Cortez has in fact offered Turkey. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez has in fact offered more leadership in one day or in 1 week than President Trump has in his lifetime on this subject. So,
yeah, sure, John. Why don't you just go ahead and kiss her ass and you might get a free reach around? What the hell, man? I thought your wife was, still ill from the stroke. You're going to have to stop kissing Ocasio's ass. She might just be looking for a little side action there. I heard Kamala slept her way to the top. That's what I heard. Just a rumor. I don't know. And by the way, we better not say anything bad. No more sanctions against Kim Jong-un, Donald. He'll be very upset. He may intimidate you again, and you may withdraw back to Pompeo. I'm not gonna upset Kim anymore. Oh, no. Rabbis explain that raping a toddler 3 is nothing. Are you serious? These rabbis should be arrested along with the priests. William Barr is talking through his Russian ass. When he wrote a 19-page letter saying not to investigate Michael Flynn, we found out later Michael Flynn was working for Russia. How can this guy even rule on obstruction? He's clearly working for Russia. Now he's taking a hard turn against the Democrats, saying spying did occur on Trump campaign during the Obama era. Huh. Really? Okay, well, either way, how come we didn't prosecute Donald Trump for allowing Russian oligarchs to do money laundering in the Trump Hotel that was being surveyed by the FBI in 2013? How come we haven't charged them with crimes? Or Trump with a felony? Yeah, I think Barr is working for Russia. Rabbis explain. I don't need to hear about rabbis, but thank you. Yeah, we're not a religious organization encouraging anything related to children abuse. Yeah, sorry. Dating support scammer completely fails.
Last name Walker?
Huh. Okay, the Kid Boga guy who keeps doing these interactions with scammers, he uses a voice synthesizer to make his voice seem different, like an old woman.
Like an old woman. He calls up on the phone and he says, "Hello, honey. I'd like to know if you could help me with my computer. It's broken down and it's not working too well."
And the first name, Mr. Walker?
Texas.
Oh, now he's got his Texas one. It's Texas. It's Texas Walker. All right, cool. We'll play that tonight. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's pathetic what's happening in churches. The kind of abuse. Like what happened with Mordecai Rosenberg, Rabbi Mordecai Rosenberg up at the Tree of Life Synagogue, which they say had a shooting recently. Well, prior to the shooting, they were really strapped for cash because Rabbi Mordecai cut a boy's penis off. And the family was suing to the hilt, as they should. Yeah, and then what's really crazy is Rabbi Mordecai is still, a rabbi. He can still cut penises off. Can you imagine? Yeah. Dave Cagelli. Well, if Bill Barr is going to go ahead and get dirty, I think the Democrats are going to have to go ahead and process him with impeachment. Because writing that letter to Rod Rosenstein automatically forces him to recuse himself from the obstruction case. I can't even believe he's even ruled on this. Jeff Sessions was smart enough to recuse himself, but William Barr is going to be facing lots of scrutiny and possibly subpoenas. Our own Attorney General is going to be under investigation, I can assure you that. That's something I would make happen for sure. He's clearly working for Russia. Clearly. No question about it. That letter alone is enough to indict him on working as an aid and asset of Russia, trying to stop an investigation to Michael Flynn when he was our national security advisor for 24 days. I mean, that's crazy. They've had total access to our top secrets, and our government's just sitting around going, oh, I don't know what to do. We'll just listen to William Barr. Bill Barr puts Barack Obama on notice, fires first shot in coming war with deep state. Oh, give me a break. Bill Barr is the deep state. Bill Barr is controlled by the same Zionist elitists that got Barack Obama elected and got Donald Trump elected. Who are we kidding here? These people that are placed in office in front of us to sit there and act like spokesmen and attorney generals are absolute puppets for the Zionist state controlled by powerful elitists. Let's not kid ourselves.
Whoa, look at this bathroom. Everything is made of mirrors. This is the sickest bathroom I've ever been in.
Guys, I don't even know what I just walked into.
Whoa, this guy actually walked into a mafia boss $17 million abandoned mansion with an indoor pool and a very rare car. These people do some wild YouTube searches of places that are just abandoned, and I'm going to play that tonight, Wasteful Wednesday. Yowza, thank you for that link. Appreciate it. Yowza, yowza, yowza. Yeah, these guys take a lot of risks. They could run into like a ghost or something. Without a mask, yeah, he could actually encounter an altered being. This is pretty funny. Okay, it says, I started to think that Barr might be my spirit animal. Should I give a damn? Nah. There you go. Should I give a damn? Nah. Yeah, he's so cool, collected, and he acts like he can do no wrong when he seems to have already implicated himself in what appears to be damning evidence of trying to rig the case of obstruction. I think this guy is going to be facing some long-term investigations. Oh, the Trumps are criminals. How do you think they make all that money? They most of all is tax fraud. One guy discovered that Trump moved $430 million of his father's money using deceptive tax evasion tactics. And Trump said he only inherited like $1 million from his dad, but this guy noticed $430 million of overvaluations and undervaluations being moved without taxes, evading inheritance taxes. Oh yeah, they're very good at creating dummy corporations. This entire Mueller investigation was a 2-year waste of time. The fact that he didn't get tax returns from Donald Trump for the past 10 years, and now Mnuchin said he'll never show the tax returns. Mulvaney's saying you'll never see the tax returns. Everybody in Donald Trump's cabinet sounds like an Irish mobster. Have you noticed that? Mulvaney, Mnuchin, the new Secretary of Defense, former employee for the F-35, Boeing, or it was actually the former Boeing executive. Patrick Shanahan he's like, they're all Irish, every one of them. It's like, geez, this is like a happy leprechaun party. Trump is surrounding himself with the Irish. Lockheed Martin makes the F-35. Boeing makes other planes. This guy was a Boeing suck-up for years, and now is working as our Secretary of Defense. Would you put your faith and your life in this man's hands to defend this country? I wouldn't. General Mattis, yes. That guy, no. All right. Metal detecting homeless camps and a greasy ball of oh my God.
What do you think that is? You think that's a skull? A human skull?
A brand new spot today, and have not found anything. I've been looking for like an hour. Got about 100 acres though, so I'm hopeful. I saw a bunch of junk over here. I need the brick.
This guy's amazing. He goes out with his metal detector and he scours the universe looking for anything. And he finds stuff and he puts it on YouTube. And he makes money, I think more money on his YouTube AdSense dollars than he does on little things he finds in the ground. Because he can make about $100,000 with his sub count. Yeah, these people that are making lots of money on YouTube do they're basically good at one thing. Not forming third parties. Anybody who's trying to build a political coalition is going to get kicked off or shadow banned on YouTube. But as long as you don't have any intent to form a political movement or share your political views, you'll be fine. You'll get AdSense dollars. They'll make you an AdSense whore. But don't ever stray from that and try to have an opinion. You'll get kicked off YouTube. So you're going to be voting against Trump? Okay, good to know, 822. I'll try to win your vote over. Yeah, I'm not trusting of the Trumps at all. I feel like that they've been so deceptive along the way that what really shocked me is how easily they were able to rig the Mueller vote, and it became obvious to me that this is a Zionist move. You see, the Russian Zionists work with the Western Zionists like Kissinger. They're all in it together. AIPAC on the West, Russian oligarchs on the East, they're both Zionists. So I would have a shot for the presidency, but nobody made any donations over the past 10 years. I've been doing this for free for the past 10 years. We've only had a few donations, just a handful. Our donations were going like this, really well, and then Blog TV got shut down completely. They bought off Blog TV for $5 million. A federal informant got $5 million given to him, and he just paid off Blog TV. Shut down our ascent. Then we had to go laterally to Vaughn because it was the only other network. They'd already gotten rid of Stickcam, and Justin was closed, and Twitch hadn't formed yet. So we went to Vaughn, and Vaughn has kept us at this level for 6 years, and controls the number of people coming into our show significantly. It's pretty serious too, and when you see this type of censorship, no, Robert, that's fictitious belief. This idea that Lucifer is behind anything, that's you thinking Lucifer is. You're letting evil infest your brain. Just stop being evil. Fight for good. But yeah, we had a person come into our show the other night and showed us the number of people that had been coming into the room, and this particular thing was screen capped. You don't see this right now because Mark put a hit counter lock on our show, but this was how many people were watching us about 3 or 4 days ago at any given time. 921,000 viewers. Guess. Now, Mark made it impossible for people to get into guests. We were getting slammed in our guest room when we had guest features. He pulled the guest feature on his whole site just to stop the guest flow from coming into our show. But we're getting 921, almost 1 million people trying to get into it and chat, just watching the show. Well, then you just keep focusing on good, and believe me, you will challenge any Luciferian concept if you keep doing that. Once you've given Lucifer, if you've humanized Lucifer, or you've given some sort of status, deity status to Lucifer, you've already lost. Lucifer doesn't exist. The devil doesn't really exist. It's just evil inherent in the minds and hearts of people. These evil people who are Luciferians believe that this Lucifer exists only because it gives them power. They believe that this group thinking gives them some sort of sense of power and justification for destroying the world. There's ceremony of cremation of care that goes on at the Bohemian Grove among these Luciferians that gather every year in the redwoods of California. And they have this special ceremony where they burn, it's called the cremation of care. And what they're trying to do is eliminate concern for humanity. So by worshiping dark forces, they then feel absolved of their sins, of being evil and worshiping money and destroying the lives of others. And they're willing to commit genocide, these people are. They don't care about humans at all. They don't care about humanity. They strictly care about themselves. They made a pact with each other, and they call themselves Luciferians. But they're really not worshiping an actual being. They're just, it's like group psychosis. Now, the Luciferians that are embedded in our UN are operating called Lucis Trust. These people go out and solicit people all around the world, and anybody who falls into their fold automatically gets money thrown their way. It happened to a person I knew. He is now a YouTube star, making big bucks, and he's super successful. He has 160,000 subscribers. Now, we've been banned for the same time period. We only had 1,000 subscribers. He signed up to this organization called Lucis Trust. And here they talk about the origin of their meaning of their word Lucis, the esoteric meaning of Lucifer. You can check it out. This is Wig Wednesday, man. I'm wearing a wig. Yeah, check that out. That's pretty intense. They're the ones that are handling the UN operations, publications, and whatnot. They are worshiping Lucifer. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Oh, we got, yeah. Here she is. Digging Brit. Out there doing some treasure hunting in her daily backyard or something. She has one of these metal detectors too. She's going to do 22 minutes of treasure hunting tonight on Wasteful Wednesday. Look at that.
Beep boop.
She's sporting her summer outfit, I see. All right, we'll take a look at her tonight, too. That's what Luciferians think, Robert. You're confusing what Luciferians think and this being that you've deified called Lucifer. Yeah, that's just magical thinking. When these people don't have a concern about their afterlife, they have this attitude that they'll say or do whatever they want. They have no trust or allegiance to any one country. Any Zionist can control a person like William Barr. He'll do whatever somebody tells him. He could care less. Money talks in that world. Okay, you go to sleep at 12:30. That'd be a good idea. Sounds like a plan. Okay, let's go through a few of these links here. I just feel like government waste is happening so rapidly that it'd be a waste for me to, take your time and not talk about how I'm going to save you money. Well, like, the beer business that Barack Obama created in the White House, Trump just got rid of all that whole operation. We could have made money on the beer.
For the honey porter. So what you do is you put this honey porter into the second fermentator.
Inspired by Brewmasters Brewing of our new tradition.
And here we wasted all this opportunity to make money on the beer. Barack Obama never sold a single beer out of the White House. One of my ideas was to take that brewing operation and bring it to life and sell collectors' beer items out of the White House. That's one way to make money back and not waste it, But Trump and Obama, they're just New World Order puppets. They take their orders from their handlers. Trump's handler is Putin. And Putin's handler is, you don't want to know who Putin's handler is. Yeah, that's top secret information. But they basically answer to the oligarchs. They take all the Zionist oligarchs to control these people are telling them what to do. So They've got a good thing going there in their mind. They're patting their pockets. So a lot of people don't care about their afterlife. There's so many people that don't believe in God or in an afterlife. So
Hi, everyone.
it's easy to convince people that money is their God. I mean, it would be probably most of you people would lie, cheat, and steal if you were given money, right? How many people would say whatever we told you to sell you would just lie straight up for $50,000? Press 1. If you'd lie, any lie we tell you, how many people would do that for $50,000? Press 1. Hey, we got a lot of nice people so far. Nobody's pressed 1. Good. Either that or we're completely without any viewers here. Notice anything wrong here? No, I just a redirect notice. Wow, tough cookie. Trump describes asylum seekers as UFC fighters. Okay, is that what you're sending me to? No wedding ring. Oh, really? Okay. I think you're right. Trump just doesn't have a wedding ring on. Look at this, folks. Yeah. You noticed something. Thanks, Morpheus. You think I look like Opie Taylor? Really? Thank you. That's very complimentary. There he is. He's not wearing a single wedding ring. Look at that, folks. Ringless. Do we not know? Did Melania divorce him and we didn't hear about it? Because there's so many things going on. I mean, how could we possibly keep track of that? He never did admit to Melania that he had sex with Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. And God knows how many others he grabbed them by the beep, beep. He even tried to grab those women, those 5 women that his bodyguards said were tracking Trump at the hotel in Moscow. Yeah. Maybe he lost his ring in the fish burgers when he was eating them, in his frenzied eating and drinking Diet Coke session. Maybe the ring fell off. But when Trump was soliciting, or 5 women were soliciting him for sex in Moscow in a hotel that Barack Obama stayed in Moscow, and according to the testimony of the bodyguard, he checked in. Trump went to sleep. They never had they turned the women down. They said, no, we don't want you privately for a timeout. And then according to the bodyguard, he lost track of where Trump was that night. He closed his door and went to bed. And Trump said he just went in there to change his clothes. So for all we know, in all intents and purposes, Trump did meet with those 5 women. And who knows, maybe the dossier is real. And the golden shower, maybe he lost it in the golden shower. There you go. He lost his ring in the golden shower. That's funny. Thanks for noticing that about his ring. Now Melania has to go back to Slovenia and raise the autistic Trump spawn alone. She can't model anymore, so she'll starve. You know, Gunter, don't worry about it. 99 cents. This is a high-end wig. This cost me $14.99 retail. Yeah, this is a high-end wig. $14.99 retail. It's not cheap. That was free shipping included from Germany. Yeah, it's pretty intense to have to. Well, Melania got. Her friend, Stephanie, got $26 million after the election. When Donald Trump got $30 million from the NRA, the Trump Inaugural Committee paid Melania's friend, Stephanie, who was a party planner, $26 million. Now, these are one of the many stories I'm going to be integrating into my new show, Media Verification Alliance. I'll be playing that. I played you the primer in the beginning of our show, but we're going to be making videos to explain all these things that have been ignored by the Mueller team, and I'm going to be bringing up new obstruction charges against Donald Trump from the perspective of the people of the country. So we're not done yet. Just because the Democrats failed, just because Mueller and Barr are working for Russia, doesn't mean I'm going to give up. I believe that this payment made right after Trump got $30 million from NRA, and by the way, the NRA is thinking of closing down. Isn't that suspicious? Yeah, they're thinking of shutting the NRA down completely. They're mismanaging their money completely. Anyway, this is a significant issue that should not be overlooked. Trump's inaugural committee paid $26 million to a friend of the First Lady, Melania Trump. I mean, what is Stephanie Winston Wolkoff, a New York party planner, doing to earn $26 million in the campaign? And how come the Democrats aren't even talking about this? It's crazy. I'll give you the link to CNBC. It's still out there. But I'm going to be making big issue about all this on my Media Verification Alliance videos. I'm going to start making videos again. It's just as credible as any crappy Republican alt-right BS story coming out of Fox News' butthole. It's just as credible. Remember, Fox News kept Sean Hannity on even though he lied about having Michael Cohen as an attorney. That's how completely guilty they are of lying and cheating the American people. Fox News, you shouldn't even watch it. They hired Sean Hannity, a known liar. You people are disgusting. Melania's wearing hers. Oh, okay. Hello, Melania. So nice to see you. Where is Melania Trump? Donald wife flies in government plane despite shutdown. And here she is. Wears leather leggings. Very pretty. I don't even think that's her. Change the subject. Thank you. My minutes are running low. Got to go bye. Bye, prepper. Bye-bye. Your minutes are running low. We will see you next time. Beep. Don't miss tomorrow's Technology Thursday, where I escape from my CGI world to make a wonderful dinner. I don't know what I'm going to cook tomorrow. I haven't given it any thought at all. I wish I knew. I mean, it's like, I've got to pull some hot dogs out. No, I can't cook hot dogs. Sarah won't let me cook hot dogs. I got to cook some eggs. No, I can't make eggs. Sarah won't let me make eggs.
The evidence.
I have to only make things that actually people can eat. Oh no. You want me to play Sean Hannity now that you delivering the diarrhea mouth to the show?
Evidence is clear. The president was set up by a powerful group.
Oh, give me a break. The evidence is not clear. It's more than clear that there's obstruction of justice and Russia rigged our election, you screwball. Huh. Okay, we have the What's Going On video. Boy, Howie, you don't have a creative agenda, do you? I mean, all you think about is this What's Going On guy. That's the only thing on your brain, man.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Does that appease you? Does that make you feel better? You just need more music. That's your problem. You don't get enough fun music. Yeah, nobody can go 5 hours every night, nonstop for 10 years except me. I've got way more durability than any other person out there. Even Joe Biden, Mr. Pervy Joe, who is a Zionist, by the way.
If I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
I'm not a Zionist. You can be Jewish and be not a Zionist too, you know. A lot of Orthodox Jews are not Zionists. Okay, we got a diesel engine runaway compilation, folks. You know, I hate these things on the highway. They are super dangerous. It's a convoy.
I'll try, man.
Oh my gosh. We got major pollution coming out of diesel trucks. How many times have you walked into a market and some jerk sitting there in front of the market, right in front of the doorway of the market with his diesel dually, blowing out his diesel dually fumes into the market because he has to keep his glow plugs warm. Oh, I got to keep my glow plugs warm or I don't get as good a gas mileage. I got to keep my engine running. I have the spare keys so I can leave my engine running. I walked by a Home Depot one day. It was the sickest thing I've ever seen. Some Top Gun guy in our naval area had bought a brand new diesel truck and was parked right in front of the Home Depot, blasting out fumes, because even the new ones still blast fumes out. No difference. And right next to him was a little baby. Her mother was in a little bassinet, a little push stroller, and a little baby. And the diesel fumes were just blown right into the baby's face. I couldn't believe it. And this guy, Top Gun, is like all proud of his cool red, quasi-Hummers diesel dually. It was just sick. So I walked up to the mother. I said, "Your baby is being polluted by the truck." And she "Oh, okay." And she didn't even think. And she moved the baby inside. It's like, what the hell, man? That's causes cancer, That the diesel will cause lung cancer. If you get behind your diesel dually and strap your lips around your muffler pop, you're going to get lung cancer, buddy. Yeah. Anyway, that's a great compilation video. I can't wait to see it. Oh, you wouldn't believe the people we've got in our Navy, in our area. They've got enough IQ to handle 5 or 6 instructions in a plane. And then they make $80,000 a year. These are the people flying over my head, eating hot dogs and drinking Diet Cokes. Yeah. I like truckers. Don't get me wrong, but do we need these diesel dualies blasting fumes into every marketplace in America? There should be a no diesel law. If you're going to park your truck in a parking lot, it should be outside of the parking lot. You shouldn't be allowed to put diesels near a front entrance of a store. It just pollutes everybody. Screw you! Makes me think how many people I live around. They're all driving diesel trucks. It's crazy. I guess it's kind of a hot issue.
All right, this is the Hotchkiss Universal UTG. Stands for Universal Takedown Gun. It's a 9mm closed bolt submachine gun down here at Battlefield Vegas. Go ahead.
Wow, you see that folding demonstration?
Stands for Universal Takedown Gun. It's a 9mm closed bolt submachine gun down here at Battlefield Vegas.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Boom, 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 boom. You're ready to go. The sound was muted to silence the danger to your ears. This type of behavior is indicative of most people who like their weapons. It gives him a sense that he has power to compensate for his small penis. You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension of one man's ego. A desire to have more dangerous weapons is indicative of erectile dysfunction. Yes, the casings hit the ground. Did you see that? Oh, come on, Paul. You're bringing us down with your religious crap. You're not allowed to come in here and spout your religious crap here. This is a political chat room, okay? Go to the nude Bible study down the way. They've got a bunch of people, a lot of Christians and Jews are taking their clothes off in another room. Go over there. Earth to Paul. These people are obsessed with religion. It's like, okay, you found God, right? Why are you proselytizing and telling everybody about it? What's your big goal? Now that you're happy, you'd think you'd be blissful in going to heaven and all that. But no, you have to tell that to everybody else. And when all they do is say, no, 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 and you keep coming at them, I got a knock on my door just last Saturday. All my alarms are going off. Beep, 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 beep. Intruder, intruder, intruder. Beep, 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 intruder. Some guy parks in front of my house. I mean, literally blocking the highway because I have everything blocked. Car's out in the middle of the road. He runs up here in his suit and his Bible in his hand. And he just had to spread the good gospel of the Lord to me at signs, no solicitors, videotape. It doesn't matter. Have you heard the good word, sir? It doesn't occur to these people that they wake people up, that they harass them. It doesn't occur to them that they're violating their individual freedom and space. But no, they've got to spread the gospel. Well, among all the people on earth, for all the people on earth, including the pygmies living in the forest, they've heard about the gospel, believe me. Nobody needs to be proselytized anymore, so you people, all of you people, should stay in your churches and pray that you don't get your ass kicked when you come to somebody's door sometime. Not that I would ever do that, because I'm dedicated to nonviolence. I said, no, bless you, I'm happy, but I felt like saying, screw you, get the hell off my property. Yeah. Yes. Have you heard the good word of abundant? Exactly. What's this? Whoa. That's Sheriff Israel, Scott Israel, the guy who was kicked out of Broward County's. The guy who orchestrated the Parkland shooting. He's no longer in charge, they got rid of him. Yeah, I think I might play that later. Parkland. It's good to go back in some of these shows and take a look at them. That's exactly what I've got so much stuff. I know that's what you say. You should say it. I'm a little nicer than that. I just say bless you. I'm fine, bless you. I'm blessed. Bless you too. Gesundheit. Well, we covered a lot of ground last night. We talked about 9/11, the possibility of the Mossad being involved. Not a lot of us are happy with the obstruction charge being dropped by William Barr, considering he wrote a letter prejudicing himself and should recuse himself from this. There was no collusion according to Barr, but Sessions, Carter Page, Papadopoulos, Paul Manafort, Michael Flynn, Roger Stone, Michael Cohen, Jared Kushner, and Donald Jr. are all Trump associates that met with Russia. But according to Barr, no, there was no obstruction and no collusion. Huh. Yeah, sure. Uh-huh. Well, I guess we're going to have to take it to the streets and get people to vote third party to challenge these people, because they clearly have an ironclad hold over our consciousness. The American people are mostly just standing around, wondering, well, how am I going to make my minimum credit card debt every month? I'm so glad I'm not hooked on credit like Donald Trump is. I've been free and clear of debt for a long, long time, and I can tell you there's no better feeling in this world than to not have to owe anybody anything. I live in a beautiful area that's modest, a lower middle class neighborhood really, but we live within a mile of the beach, and sometimes a long time ago, before Fukushima and the radiation dump in the ocean, Sarah and I used to take walks on the beach like this.
So I suggest you vote for me in 2012 as an America's third party candidate and begin changing this government from the top down. Bring honesty back to America. Bring honesty back to politics. And we've got a president named Barack Obama who spent the last 100 days spending money we don't have.
Anyway, this is where we live, and we haven't been out on the beach for so long since Fukushima. You know, our country is not even testing the waters off the coastline for radiation. You know, the media never talks about the radiation, the gamma rays, and the potential cesium in our food and tuna fish. They don't want to alarm us, but they don't even want to check either. And there's not one thing that our government's doing to help Japan deal with this leaching of radiation into the oceans, especially Pacific Ocean. And here we are sitting on a ticking time bomb of an Earth with no plan in mind to correct it other than a refrigeration unit that TEPCO put in, which may or may not be functional. And there's veritably no answers being laid out there for anybody. So I've got a lot of answers for the Fukushima crisis. And I'm more than willing to talk about the dangerous radiation that could be leaching every single day out of the Fukushima area. No, the NRC doesn't have a test kit like a DNA test kit. No, they don't want anyone to test the waters. You know, there's dangerous levels of radiation in the Missouri River because of a radiation leak at one of the nuclear power plants on the Missouri River. And no one wants to check it. When people go out there, they send government employees to go intercept them. We're dealing with so many different things that are not being addressed by our government on a daily basis. It's scary. But Fukushima itself is a serious problem that just isn't getting any better. I mean, here's the wreckage of one of the main reactors, and this is pretty much what it looks like still to this day. Now, this is not safe at all. What we need to do is cover it up with dirt, and there should be a large carapace over it to prevent when the rain hits it, the gamma rays blast into the atmosphere and float right over our heads. Infant mortality rates in the U.S. are declining as a result of this long term. We've seen big spikes and drops in infant, or I should say spikes in infant mortality because that more kids are dying. This is crazy. We need to bury it. We could at least test the water, I know. The coastline of California has had tests done right when Dude, I actually got one person to think if that was my real hair. Thank you, Joy Division. Yeah. It is a wig. You're in the middle of Wig Wednesday. We do this every single Wednesday for an hour. I'm testing out the believability of this wig. It's not bad, though. It almost had you fooled, isn't it? Here we have the secret horrors of MK Ultra. 12-minute video. Okay, cool.
Breaking news. Governments are corrupt. They lie to their people, steal from their people, and occasionally kill them. As Americans, we tend to believe this about other governments, but rarely, if ever, our own. One of the most glaring examples of just such violations of American constitutional principles occurred during the height of the Cold War under the moniker MK Ultra. It was perhaps the most famous of the CIA mind control programs that engaged 80 institutions, including universities, hospitals, prisons, foundations, and pharmaceutical companies.
You know, MK Ultra was revealed in the 1995 congressional hearings. They talked about it, and supposedly they broke it up. But what happened was MK Ultra was turned into a private enterprise. So they found out the best way to avoid government oversight is to not be part of the government. So we made all these private contractors apply for the bids to handle mind control and propaganda. All these things are handled, they're outsourced now. So the government doesn't even bother. Yeah. It's kind of a sad reality that we're being poisoned slowly and nothing is being done about it to make it better. And government is not even beginning to raise any questions. So you people think, oh, gee, Dave, I wish you could, get in the race. I wish you could challenge these people, but it's going to take so much more than that. We're already going downhill as a result of having just two parties in a country that claims to be democratic. We're already going downhill. We're already dropping significantly. We're going to be a third world nation in a couple of years because The New World Order wants to dissolve our government.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our tutorial on how to make a smart meter circle that can go outside of your smart meter, and it's comprised of aluminum. It's like a tomato cage, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do the that video for you tonight. It's a 9-minute tutorial on how to make your own Faraday cage to prevent field radiation from actually getting near you. If you're next to a smart meter, you need to stay away from it or cover it with a Faraday cage. Yeah, some people are in apartment buildings and they've got a whole grid of smart meters next to their window. You're in danger of getting so much electromagnetic frequency radiation that you could veritably get brain cancer. And our government cares so little about the people of this country that they won't even warn us about this. Your phones, I'm going to leave the show in just a few minutes, but your phones are all potentially dangerous if you put them up next to your ear. Believe it or not, our government won't warn us, but the director of the World Health Organization has said emphatically that cell phones contribute to brain cancer. I think if you tell a woman she's gaining too much weight, it's not going to enhance your sex life. You're better off just taking her for a walk and exercising and not talking about, eating all the time. Remember, she's eating because you're not providing decent sex to her. You're not fulfilling her. That's why many women eat. Yeah, so you're not going to help her by calling her a name. She's already pissed off at you for not performing sexually. Do you have a difficult time getting it up or something? Or you have erectile dysfunction, Howie? Yeah. He comes in here every night and talks about this stuff. Are you retarded? I think Howie's retarded. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look.
45 here with a sporting shotgun.
Whoa.
I consider trimming trees a sport. Yeah.
Yeah, well, aren't you a tough dude with your Benelli? Yeah, I've definitely fired a few Benellis. I prefer Brombauers to Benellis, but whatever. We're going to be talking about guns later on in the show for all you gun rights supporters. No, he's good at anything. Yeah, he could shoot rabbits with a pea shooter. He'd be nailing them right there between their eyes. We've had numerous threats from everyone, so does it matter? No, that wasn't Rodney. That was a guy on who does a show. His name is Hickok45. He likes to shoot guns. Hey, I don't have a problem with that. I think it's fine. It's a good waste of time. We're in Wasteful Wednesday after all. Okay, so what did you glean from our show? Well, I support legalization of marijuana. That's one thing we talk about. I consider Trump a flip-flopper. I'm open to discussing all these things that you can't find on the mainstream media. I'm a good person. I've earned my wings. I've got my halo over my head. I'm not going to tax you like Ocasio and take all your money. I'm not greedy like she is. I'm not going to alienate black people. I'm even thinking of bringing Reverend Manning in my administration as a representative.
Oh, doggone it. I am!
You are, and you will be. You will be on the team, my Manning. My man Manning. I like that guy a lot. And I'm going to make sure that we have safe 5G networks for all of us. The 5G network that we'll be installing will have safeguards. I'm not going to be able to stop the 5G network from being implemented, but I'm going to build safeguards into the system, and we're going to make it a 5G plus network, which will be EMP safe, electromagnetic pulse safe, as well as safe for people who are nearby junction boxes. So, and we have a job plan for America. The solar rooftop revolution will create jobs, putting in free solar systems for people who qualify, who get into a lottery, and will start putting in rooftop solar systems that'll cover actually the entire roof, not just part of it, but the entire roof, bumper to bumper. That way you won't have to do roofing for the side of the building for 40 years. And we'll be leasing your rooftop in the process, and you'll be saving money on your electric, and we'll pay ourselves back from the money we save from electric. We'll be fixing up houses. There's 18 million houses in America that are collapsing, in need of repair, and there's a lot of people that need work. Now, we don't force people to work, but we will be offering $15 an hour jobs fixing up houses with no training whatsoever. If you are a journeyman plumber, electrician, carpenter, you'll be able to make $25 an hour. Basic salary. Now, this is money I'm not pulling from your extra tax dollars. I'm just going to pull it out of the home program that already is funded at HUD. We're not doing anything to go through Congress to make this happen. It's all something that we could work within the confines of our existing budget. Once these houses start selling, they buy new houses. We're flipping houses for the government. We're creating jobs. I'm not going to sit around and wait for corporations or fat cats like Donald Trump to create jobs for Americans. All he does is talk about what he's doing without actually doing anything. That's the sad part about Donald Trump. And I'm afraid that we can't just live in that illusion for too long. Not much more long. Not much longer. Thank you. All right. That's it for tonight. I will be back tomorrow with our Technology Thursday show starting at 5 o'clock with something I'm going to be cooking on the stove. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to be making, but that's the surprise that we're going to have tomorrow's Surprise Thursday. It's a music break time, yes. Borns, I'll take a look. American Money, excellent. Yeah, so we're still carrying the torch for the collusion issue. If you want to abandon the collusion issue or the obstruction issue, that's fine. But I still believe that Russia is very much in play and controlling Donald Trump and his cadre of scumbags and greedmongers. And I'm not happy about it at all. Trump is a sad second choice in my mind to Hillary. And to Hillary's, both of them were sad second choices. Neither one had what it takes to fix this country, and we were forced into making a very bad decision between the two of them. So, I hope you realize that the best is not rising to the top in America. The system is being stifled. Censorship is the sure sign that the free press and our free political environment is being squelched. And I think if we get back to just more transparency, more opportunities for people to talk, we'll have a better country and a better chance to fix problems instead of living in this world of left versus right. Take care, everybody. Good night.
Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine.
We deserve a better government. One that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth. And a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.